So, look, I'm going to give you the short version first, and I need you to actually listen to this part. Do not mess around on the dark web. I don't care how smart you think you are. I don't care how good your setup is. Just don't. Okay? Now let me tell you why I'm so worked up about this. Back in the mid-2000s, I was deep into cryptocurrency. And I mean deep. I had a few $1,000s in my pot, and I was always looking for ways to make that number bigger. That's just who I was at the time. Now, one of the main spots where crypto people used to gather and talk was the dark web. Partly because everyone was convinced the regular internet was being watched. Which, yeah, fair enough. But that's where I ended up getting introduced to this guy named Anton by a mutual friend of mine. Anton told me he ran a crypto investment fund operating out of Belarus. Said that if I put money in, I could see double, maybe even triple the returns in just a couple of months. And my friend vouched for him, said he was the real deal. So I spent a few weeks going back and forth with Anton, feeling him out, trying to decide if I could trust him. And eventually, I transferred him the same amount in Bitcoin that my friend had put in. And I waited. And here's the thing. It worked. Or at least, it looked like it worked. Week after week, Anton was showing me how my pot was growing. It started slow, sure, but then the number just kept climbing. And at some point I'm sitting there looking at a return of 10 times what I put in. And I'm thinking, okay, this is the moment. This is when I pull out. Now, it wasn't life-changing money or anything like that, but it was real money. Significant money to me. And I didn't want to watch it disappear because I got greedy. So I reached out to Anton and I told him, respectfully, calmly, that I wanted to withdraw what I'd earned. And that's when the mask started slipping. He told me I was making a massive mistake. Said if I just held on a few more months, we could be talking tens of thousands of dollars instead of just a few thousand. And he wasn't exactly threatening me at that point, but there was an edge to it, like he was standing right at the line. I told him my decision was final, that I appreciated everything, but I wanted out. So I tried to withdraw. And what came back to my wallet was only the original amount I'd put in. The profits, everything that had supposedly grown over all those months, gone. My balance with Anton showed 0, and that's when it hit me like a freight train. The whole thing was a scam. Whatever was happening on his end, I was never actually making money. He was just showing me numbers on a screen. I went to my friend, the one who'd connected us in the first place. I figured he needed to know, right? That he'd want to know. But he turned on me too, immediately. He told me I'd made a catastrophic mistake by withdrawing, that I'd put the whole system at risk for everyone involved, including him. He said if I reinvested, we could all just move on. No harm done. But if I didn't, I was leaving everybody hanging. And that's when I knew. My friend, and I'm using that word very loosely right now, was in on it. Had to be. Because nothing I said landed. None of it. The only thing that mattered to him was getting me to put that money back in, and he was willing to say anything to make that happen. He told me Anton and the people he worked with were not guys I wanted on my bad side. Now, I was pretty careful about my online security. I had a VPN running. I knew how to cover my tracks. I genuinely didn't think they could find me. But what I didn't account for was my so-called friend handing over my IP address to them directly. Because that's exactly what I believe he did. It started with my computer. Something happened. It just froze. And then an Internet Explorer window opened on its own, and something started downloading and installing itself while I'm sitting there screaming, "No, no, no, no," over and over again. I yanked every single cable out of the back of that machine, trying to kill it in time. I checked, and my VPN had been running during the whole thing. I thought maybe I'd disconnected it fast enough. I was wrong. A few days later, I came home to find the window nearest my fire escape wide open. Nothing looked disturbed inside, but I knew. I had closed that window before I left that morning. That was enough for me. I wasn't going to wait around to see what came next. I started backing up everything important and making plans to get out. And then, that same night, my car was stolen. And the next morning, there was a note in my mailbox. One word: reinvest. I went to my mom's that day. I filed a police report for the car, canceled my month-to-month lease, and I had to trash every single device I owned because I had to assume they were all compromised. That hurt. It took me years to replace everything properly. Years. And I'm still angry about that when I think about it. But the worst moment, the one that still makes my stomach drop, came on the last day of my lease, when I went back to collect the rest of my things. I was walking through the parking lot with a bag of clothes under each arm, heading toward my mom's car, when a car came tearing around the corner of the lot and accelerated straight toward me. I threw myself behind a parked car just before it smashed into it. The car sped off, and my mom, who had driven me there, absolutely lost it. She was shaking. She had just watched her kid almost get run down in a parking lot. That was the moment I finally came clean with her about everything. You can call me a mama's boy if you want. Honestly, I don't care. But watching her switch into full protective mode once she knew the whole story was something else. She sent me to stay with my uncle out of state, and then she called my dad and had him teach her how to use his gun in case anyone came looking for me at his place. She was not playing around. She made one of the scariest stretches of my life bearable. She even gave me a few $100s to get a new laptop and a new phone, so I could at least function again. I paid her back as soon as I was able to access my remaining crypto and cash it out. But the money's not even really the point. What she did for me when I genuinely thought I might end up dead over a crypto scheme, that's not something I'll ever forget. As for Anton and how the whole thing worked, I'm still not entirely sure of the mechanics. My best guess is that he was using everyone's deposits to create the illusion of a large, legitimate investment network, the same way a Ponzi scheme operates. New money makes the old investors feel like they're seeing gains, until someone tries to pull out and the whole thing falls apart. But whoever he was, he had serious people behind him, people willing to physically show up. And that tells you everything you need to know. So, don't mess around on the dark web. I'm telling you from personal experience. You can call me H. I grew up in Manchester, and when I was a teenager, I was absolutely obsessed with computers. My parents did all right for themselves, nothing flash, but enough that we had a PC in the house back when Windows 95 was still a thing. I'd spend hours on MS Paint, or digging through whatever floppy disks my dad had nicked from the office. To me, that machine was pure magic. And as I got older, I got more and more hooked on understanding how it all worked. Then around 2001, my dad signed us up for a trial dial-up connection, and honestly, that was it for me. I became a full-on computer nerd, and looking back, the timing couldn't have been better. The country was deep in its IT revolution, and if you had a degree in anything tech-related, companies were practically begging you to name your price.
run their networks, sort their servers, get them online and selling things, and they'd make back whatever they paid you 100 times over. I landed one of those jobs in 2009.
I was in my mid-20s, living on my own in a decent flat, and earning more money than I'd ever expected to. I was good at the job too, but only because I genuinely loved it. And long before any of that, I'd been reading about something that had drifted from scientific theory into urban legend. You might know it as the deep web. Now, the deep web is a very different thing to the dark web, even though people use the terms like they mean the same thing. The deep web has existed since the internet was invented. It's no different in concept to public and private property. There's nothing inherently sinister about a private website, but it was inevitable that certain people would use it for less than legal purposes. And honestly, it's a wonder it took until the late 2000s for things to really kick off. That's when the term dark web started getting used to describe these sites trading in seriously illegal goods, and in some cases worse.
And as you can imagine, the idea fascinated me. So I went looking.
That's when I found the Silk Road. Fitting name, really, calling back to that ancient trade route that brought spices and silk across Asia and into Europe. But this was nothing like state-sanctioned commerce.
Set up by an American. Launched around 2011, I think.
The Silk Road didn't just sell drugs. It sold everything. But under that everything umbrella was an enormous amount of drugs, weapons, hacking devices, banned media, and all sorts of contraband that had no business being shipped anywhere. The rules you could count on one hand, and almost the whole thing ran on an honor system, which completely turned my assumptions about drug dealing upside down. I'd always figured it was about cutting products, ripping people off, the whole sordid chain of it. But the Silk Road was the opposite. Manufacturers and wholesalers marketing pure product at low prices because they'd cut out all the expensive middlemen. And it was making people an absolute fortune. I visited the site every day for about 2 weeks before what I told myself was curiosity quietly became greed. I was earning decent money and I loved my work, but I was bored. I was still young and daft enough to want excitement, and here was an entirely new system to get obsessed with. The supply chain of it all. How drugs travel from a field somewhere to the end consumer. I did enough reading on shipping and pricing to think I had a rough idea of what I was doing. And so, one morning in early 2012, I pulled the trigger. I ordered half a kilo of heroin for what worked out to about 10,000 pounds in cryptocurrency. The Silk Road had seller reviews and reliability ratings, which sounds ridiculous, but was actually incredibly useful. I found a highly rated seller who promised to conceal the product inside a small appliance before shipping. Part of me didn't really believe it would arrive, but then it did. Delivered by Royal Mail, no less. My hands were shaking when I opened the box and took apart what turned out to be a small rice cooker. And there it was, packed tight in clear plastic bags. Half a kilo of pure, golden brown Afghan heroin. Enough to put me away for somewhere between 12 and 16 years. After that, I needed a buyer. And while you might think that was the hard part, it genuinely wasn't. I went into town on a Friday night, walked up to the first rough-looking fella I spotted on the street, and told him I'd give him a tenner if he pointed me toward where to buy heroin. That was all it took. He walked me to a phone box, made a call after I gave him some change, and about 15 minutes later a teenager rode up on a bicycle and sold the man a small wrap of what he called brown. That's when I stepped in and told the lad on the bike I wanted a word with his boss. It was dark out, but I could still make out the look he gave me, somewhere between baffled and suspicious. After I gave him a bit of context, he asked for my number, said he'd pass it along, and pedaled off. Less than 2 hours later, I got a call back.
and was making the half-hour walk to a dark, quiet street I'd been directed to. And here's where I did something I still think was one of the smarter decisions I made throughout this whole sorry saga. I put on a ski mask. I kept myself out of sight as I waited, which meant that when 3 hooded lads turned up, I gave them a proper fright stepping out to greet them. Once we established I wasn't there to cause problems, they asked to see what I had.
I'd had the sense to bring a small sample, so I handed it over. They were still eyeing up the mask, but one of them, this older lad who looked rough around the edges, dabbed a bit out and snorted it off his fist. I knew the product was strong, but I wasn't quite prepared for what happened next. He just went. Couldn't speak, couldn't hold his head up, just stood there swaying while the other 2 tried not to laugh. The product had done the talking for me. And after the obligatory, "You're not the police, are you?" they walked me up to the top floor of a block of flats, to what I believe you Americans call the trap. That's where I first met Marcus. He made a massive deal out of the ski mask, aggressive about it at first, then oddly complimentary once we got talking. Said it made me a character. His boys patted me down, which I half expected, and I was tempted to point out that audio recording equipment had gotten so small I could have had something sewn into a jacket button, but I kept that to myself. Then we talked. I kept my answers short and let the product do most of the work, helped along by the zombified state of the lad who'd snorted the sample and now had to be gently steered back into the flat by his mates. I told Marcus I had a business opportunity that could make us both a lot of money. That he could get an edge on the competition with better quality product at a price he wouldn't find anywhere else. All he had to do was work with me and agree to my terms. That's how it started. It was a bit shaky at first in terms of handoffs and keeping my identity protected, but I found a rhythm. I'd meet Marcus's couriers at varied but local locations, always keeping my face covered in ways that didn't draw unnecessary attention. A scarf and sunglasses in winter, that sort of thing. When I met with Marcus, face to not face, as I started thinking of it, it was always the ski mask and sunglasses, and I never arrived in my own car. Half kilos became kilos. The most I ever shifted in one go was 2 kilos. And what changed most over time was the frequency. Because the Silk Road wasn't infallible. Not every poppy harvest is the same quality. Reliable sellers would sometimes vanish without warning, or delete their accounts entirely. Walking around the city with kilos of heroin in a bag never stopped being terrifying. Every single time. Always. But the money was extraordinary. Paid in cash, bundles of it. Half of it went through a dodgy little credit union run by a couple of lads who took 10% for the privilege of cleaning it up. The rest I spent on normal stuff. Petrol, food shopping, takeaways. Things that don't raise eyebrows when you pay with a crisp 50-pound note. And this carried on for more than 2 years. The Silk Road got shut down once, and its founder was arrested, but a replacement appeared within weeks, so the interruption to my dealings with Marcus was barely noticeable. Then came the day I nearly got caught. Or at least it felt that way. A package containing 2 kilos was sitting just outside my front door when a police officer knocked to ask about a series of local break-ins. The heroin was still hidden inside its container, concealed inside the cavity of a small kitchen appliance. So even if the officer had come in and had a look around, there was nothing to see. But paranoia is its own kind of punishment, and that was the first time I seriously thought about walking away. I'd made an almost unbelievable amount of money for the amount of actual work involved. Not quite £1 million, but close enough that it felt like it. Once I had it washed, I had enough to buy a house outright, enough to spend without thinking twice, and enough to put away for the inevitable difficult days ahead. So I decided to quit while I was still ahead.
I did a few more deals to put together some money to celebrate with once I'd made a clean break. Then one day I rang Marcus to tell him I was getting out.
And I suppose what happened next tells you just how naive I still was, because I thought he'd be all right about it. We weren't friends exactly, but we were fairly close. You can't spend 2 years making serious money with someone and not be. I figured he'd be disappointed, but I didn't expect anger. I certainly didn't expect threats. But that's exactly what I got. First, the silence, because Marcus was a talker, and when he went quiet, you knew something was badly wrong. Then the insistence that I work a notice period. He even tried using business terminology he didn't quite understand to explain why he couldn't downsize without the right liquidity. His meaning was clear enough, though. Without me, he'd make less money, and he wasn't prepared to accept that. He started threatening me, my family, my friends, anything he could think of. But here's the thing, I'd been careful. My only identifying features were the clothes I wore to meetings, which I never wore anywhere else, and my voice. So unless Marcus had some miracle technology that could hunt me down by the sound of it, he had nothing. With that in mind, I did something very few people have done throughout recorded history. I hung up on an angry gangster. I'm not going to pretend that was easy. It was terrifying, genuinely. But once my nerves settled and I could think clearly again, I realized I had nothing concrete to be afraid of. Marcus and I didn't move in the same circles. We didn't live in the same parts of the city. As far as I could tell, we didn't even keep the same waking hours. I wasn't worried about running into him by accident, and even if I did, all I had to do was keep my mouth shut. As far as I was concerned, I'd made hundreds of thousands of pounds illegally and gotten clean away with it, and bloody hell did that feel good. After about 6 months of keeping my head down and not spending extravagantly, during which time the Silk Road was shut down for good, I decided to make my first real luxury purchase, a Bentley. A used one, which made it considerably less expensive than new, but Bentley's pre-owned program is probably the best in the business, so you end up with something that's as close to brand new as makes no difference. I'd driven past the dealership a few times before just to have a look at the display models, but once I felt clear money-wise, I started going in to have proper conversations about availability and pricing. The salesman could tell I was young and keen and tried to push me towards something flashier and more expensive. I wanted something understated. That sort of model doesn't often enter the pre-owned system, so I had to wait about 6 weeks. But when one came in, I was over there that afternoon to put down a deposit. It felt like a victory lap. I was as happy as I'd been in years, sitting across from the salesman, signing paperwork, having a laugh. The whole process took about 45 minutes, and at some point during that time, 2 men came into the showroom, had a look at the display models, and got talking to one of the saleswomen. I paid them no attention. I was too busy feeling pleased with myself and going over photos of my refurbished Bentley. When the final papers were signed and I had a collection date, I shook the salesman's hand, thanked him, stood up, and headed for the exit. And that's when I noticed one of the 2 men looking at me. Not just glancing, staring, standing completely still about 10 feet away. Growing up in Manchester, you learn pretty quickly not to hold a stranger's stare, so I kept moving, thinking, whatever the hell are you looking at? Trying not to invite a confrontation. It wasn't until I was nearly at the door that I turned and got a proper look at him. My blood went cold. It wasn't some random person browsing Bentleys. It was Marcus, wearing a suit and tie, which is partly why he hadn't registered when I'd clocked him in my peripheral vision earlier. And he was staring at me like I'd just appeared out of thin air. I
was half a second from saying something along the lines of, "Can I help you?" But I stopped myself and kept my face as neutral as I could manage as I turned away and walked out. I barely made it through the doors before I heard him behind me, asking if he knew me. He'd been listening to me talk to the salesman for 15 or 20 minutes.
I'm still amazed the penny hadn't dropped sooner. But I knew how fragile the situation was. So I just looked back at him, shook my head, and kept walking. By the time I was outside, my heart was trying to escape through my ribs. Every instinct in my body was telling me to sprint to my car and floor it, but I made myself walk normally. As I started the engine and pulled out, I glanced back and saw Marcus standing just outside the entrance with his phone out, quite clearly filming or photographing my car as I drove away. What followed was one of the worst drives of my life. My vision started going gray at the edges. I was breathing in these short, shallow gulps. I knew I couldn't stop because Marcus might be just a few cars back, but I also knew I couldn't drive home. After maybe 5 or 6 miles, I turned into the car park of an apartment block I didn't recognize and switched off the engine. That was the first real chance I had to stop and think, which should have been a relief. It wasn't, because stopping just let the full weight of it all land on me. Marcus had recognized my voice. He'd seen my car. He'd got the registration. And when he tracked it down, when the man who'd threatened to kill me finally worked out where I lived, I didn't let myself finish that thought. I managed to calm down enough to think clearly, and what came to me was the only real solution, and it was a hard one. First, I left the car in that car park and never went back for it. Then I rang my girlfriend and told her she needed to go and stay with her mom. She could hear something was badly wrong from my voice alone. I promised I'd explain everything in person as soon as I could, but right now she needed to take what she needed and leave our flat and not go back. It took me the better part of the walk home to convince her, but she did it. When I got back to the flat, I packed up everything important, including the cash I had stashed away, and took a taxi to a mate's house. I borrowed his car and drove over to her mom's place, and I sat her down in a bedroom upstairs and told her everything. She'd had no idea about any of it. Her explanation for the drugs coming through the post was that I was fixing appliances and returning them. Her explanation for the Bentley was that I'd been saving since I was 17. Both stories had seemed entirely plausible to her because I had a good job and wasn't flashy with money in my day-to-day life. I'd honestly hoped she might agree to move somewhere new with me and start fresh. Instead, she ended it right there and told me to go. Dealing drugs was one thing, she said, but putting both of us in danger was something else entirely. And if there was any chance Marcus was going to trace the registration and find me, I needed to leave that night. That was the last conversation we ever had. The next day, I bought my mate's car off him for an amount that made his eyes water, and I drove north and didn't come back. It broke something in me to leave. My parents had no idea what was really happening, and since I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth, I said I'd found a better opportunity up north. They've never really understood why I don't visit, and I've always made excuses about why they should come to me instead. I think they suspect something by now. Maybe one day I'll sit them down and explain the whole stupid, arrogant mess of it, and how it cost me my relationship, my city, and most of the life I'd built for myself. I sold the Bentley not long after all that, had it delivered up to me and kept it for a while, thinking it might still feel like the reward I'd imagined. It didn't. It just sat there reminding me of everything I'd thrown away and everything I'd done to get there. In the end, it was easier to be rid of it. I want to tell you something that happened to me
and I want you to really hear it, because I think about it more than I let on. My name is Marcus. I grew up in Japan, Osaka specifically, and for as long as I can remember, I tried to do things the right way. I listened to my parents. I worked hard in school and then at university. And then I worked even harder than that when I started building toward a career at one of the country's most respected precision engineering firms.
I was ambitious, I won't pretend otherwise. But I was never the kind of person who stepped on others to get ahead. I gave part of my salary to charity every month. I volunteered on weekends with an organization that supported the visually impaired in our district. And yes, I'll be honest, doing those things made me feel good about myself. That was part of it. But the work was still real, and the care behind it was still real. By the time I was 32, in the spring of 2010, the cherry blossoms were out. I remember that clearly. I had not been in any kind of physical confrontation since I was a teenager playing basketball in the schoolyard. I had married in 2008, and by 2010, my wife Yuki and I had decided we were ready to start trying for a baby. That period of my life felt like standing at the edge of something enormous and bright. We were sketching out nursery ideas on the backs of envelopes, arguing gently about color schemes and the merits of different crib brands. I was losing sleep, but it was the good kind of sleeplessness, the kind that comes with possibility. The other thing keeping me up at night was a promotion. A senior colleague in my division had resigned, and the vacancy left behind was essentially an assistant director's role. Not the top, but close enough that it would mean overseeing people I'd worked alongside for years. I put my name forward, and so did almost everyone else. We were all open about it. We shook hands and told each other good luck, and I believed every word of it. I had no reason not to. It was an early Tuesday evening in late March, when a friend of mine in another department pulled me aside near the vending machines on the second floor. He was seeing one of the senior secretaries, a woman named Hannah, and she had access to certain areas of the building most of us did not. She had overheard a conversation in one of the executive meeting rooms. My name had come up. Management was apparently impressed with how I'd interviewed, and I had made it into a short list of 4 final candidates. My friend told me this in a low voice, glancing down the corridor as he spoke. The fluorescent lights hummed above us. I remember the smell of vending machine coffee and the faint antiseptic bite of the floor cleaner they used on those tiles. And I remember the warmth in my chest when I heard the news. I rode that feeling all the way through the rest of the afternoon. But by the time evening came and I walked down to the basement car park, the exhaustion had begun to settle into my shoulders. It was that specific kind of tired where you feel the weight of your own eyelids. The car park was mostly emptied out by then. The fluorescent strips down there flickered a little at the far end, near the stairwell. I remember the echo of my own footsteps on the concrete. I got into my car, a silver sedan, nothing remarkable, and I sat there for a moment, keys in hand, genuinely considering whether I should close my eyes for 20 minutes before attempting the drive home. I decided against it. I put the key in the ignition, and then I reached to fasten my seatbelt. And then I checked my rearview mirror. There was a man in the back seat, wearing a mask that covered everything but his eyes. I don't have the right words for what I felt in that instant. Fear isn't quite it. It was more like the floor dropping away. I think my hands went cold. I think I stopped breathing. I locked the doors, instinct, nothing more, and I turned the key. The engine turned over, and that was when the first shot came. The windshield dissolved into a web of fractures, and the rear window went with it. The sound was enormous in that enclosed space.
I threw myself down across the gear stick, pressing my face toward the passenger seat. A police officer told me later that one of the bullets had passed directly through the headrest, through the exact space my head had occupied perhaps 2 seconds earlier.
2 seconds. I drove out of there. I don't know how I managed to steer, half folded down in the seat the way I was, but I got out of the car park and into the street. I nearly clipped a row of vehicles on my way out. I could hear glass shifting and settling as I accelerated. The air coming in through the broken windows was cold, that particular cold of an Osaka spring night, damp and thin. I didn't sit upright until I was several streets away and the car park was behind me. I drove fast, too fast, for longer than I should have. Eventually, I pulled into the car park of a fast food restaurant and sat there with both hands flat on my thighs, waiting for my breathing to slow. I called the police from there. My voice surprised me. It was steadier than I expected. The officer who arrived was a woman, calm and efficient. She looked at the car, said very little, and offered me a ride to the station to give a full statement. My car wasn't going anywhere on its own. A second officer drove me home afterward, and I walked into my apartment to find Yuki standing in the hallway with her coat still on, having just arrived home herself. She could tell immediately that something was wrong. I told her everything. She wept. I didn't, which I found strange later. For the following weeks, I told myself it had been a carjacking gone wrong. Someone had wanted the vehicle, panicked, and things had escalated. It was a terrible explanation, but it was the only one that made the world continue to make sense. Then the police found the man. The speed at which they located him genuinely surprised me. I had confidence in the force, but this was quick. And when he was brought in and offered a reduced sentence in exchange for cooperation, he told them something that dismantled the carjacking theory completely. He had been hired to kill me. There had been a payment. The arrangement had been made through a network the investigator referred to in English as the dark web, a term that meant nothing to me at the time, though it came to mean a great deal more over the months that followed. The man who had been sitting in my back seat had no personal connection to me and no particular hatred of me. I was a task. And the person who had given him that task, he said, had an unusually specific knowledge of where I parked and when I typically left for the evening. Everybody in the department was questioned. Executives were questioned. Digital devices were examined. Nothing conclusive was ever found. And I was not surprised. If someone had the knowledge and the nerve to arrange a killing through an anonymous online network, they almost certainly had the sense to clean up behind themselves. The executives called me in. They made me an offer, a significant salary increase, enhanced benefits, a lump sum, legal support to keep the matter from reaching the press, and a promise that the car park would be properly secured and staffed going forward. If I had been on my own, I think I might have refused out of principle and simply walked away. But Yuki and I were still trying for a baby, and she sat across the kitchen table from me and looked at me steadily and told me what she thought we should do. So we stayed. I never found out who it was. None of the remaining candidates behaved strangely in any way I could detect in the weeks that followed. Some investigators suggested the threat may have originated outside the company entirely, someone who wished the firm harm and saw me as a means to cause it. I genuinely do not know. I have never known. What stays with me is not precisely the closeness of it, though that is there, always. What stays with me is the lesson underneath it all. A person can do everything they are supposed to do. They can be honest and careful and kind. They can give their time and their money and their effort.
They can live quietly and cause no harm.
And none of that is any kind of armor. Evil. The old kind that has always existed doesn't look at your record before it finds you. That is the thing I have never been able to set down. There's a smell I still think about sometimes. Sardines baking in the Texas heat. That was the beginning of it, more or less. The clean part, if you can call any of it that. I want to be upfront with you. I wasn't a good person during this stretch of time. I was using pretty heavily. And when the world shut down in 2020, my whole situation got precarious fast. The restaurant closed. Money dried up. Supply chains. Well, you can imagine what that means for someone like me. I needed income and I needed it quick. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I set up a website on the dark web. I called it Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. 5 Ds. It was a nod to AC/DC, which tells you something about my headspace at the time. The pitch was simple. Revenge pranks for hire, aimed at folks in East Texas and Western Louisiana. Bitter ex? Lousy boss? Pay me half up front, half on delivery, and I'd make their life unpleasant in creative ways. And if they didn't pay the second half, well, their victim might receive an interesting phone call. I figured it would amount to nothing. You need a Tor browser to even find something like that. But one afternoon I checked the inbox almost as a joke, and there was a message waiting. A woman said her ex-boyfriend was abusive, and she wanted him humbled. I suggested sardines packed into his car's air vents. She agreed. I drove out that night, did the job, photographed it, and collected the second half of the payment in Bitcoin. She was happy. She told a friend. For a while it stayed in that lane. I smeared dog waste on a door handle for someone who'd shorted a worker on overtime. I pressed bologna across a woman's car. Cheap bologna will etch clear coat in the sun, ruins the finish completely. I spout out a profanity and herbicide across someone's front lawn. Once I painted an entire house with fish emulsion in the middle of the night. That stuff seeps into whatever it touches. 6 weeks of low tide and rot. I'm not proud of the craftsmanship, but I was genuinely good at it. Then the job started changing. Someone needed a package moved from one dead drop to another. No questions, no explanations. I knew it was either drugs or a weapon. Probably both, if I'm honest with myself. The money was good and I did it. That became a regular thing for a while, maybe once or twice a week. And I told myself it was fine. I was just moving things. I wasn't the one making them. Then a thumb drive job came through. Pick it up, carry it to a man in Kilgore, let him do whatever he needed to do with it, bring it back. I never saw what was on it. But the man I handed it to had a look about him that I still haven't figured out how to describe. I drove home feeling like I needed a shower I couldn't take. I'd already made up my mind to shut down the site when the last message came in. By then I was only checking the inbox a couple times a week, skimming, ignoring the ones that felt rotten. Most of them felt rotten by that point, but this one stopped me. $10,000. One night's work. I wrote back and said, if the job involved hurting anyone, I wasn't interested. They replied and said it wouldn't, exactly, but that some coercion might be necessary. Maybe some physical force. I told myself $10,000 was a lot of money. I told myself I could handle coercion. I asked what they needed. They wanted me to kidnap someone. A woman, they said. Preferably an adult, but they specified a child would be acceptable too. I sat there for a moment, just staring at the screen. Then they told me why. They described themselves as part of an organization, people who practiced what they called live cannibalism. Not survival, not desperation, ritual, deliberate. They talked about it the way someone might describe a dinner party. They'd amputate while the victim was conscious, cook the tissue, consume it while the person watched. I told them they were either a liar or a federal agent, and that I was done talking. And then they sent me their Xpub. If you know anything about cryptocurrency wallets, you know that an extended public key shows you everything: balance, transaction history, the full picture. This person had just under $500,000 in Bitcoin. The transaction history was enormous. Money moving in and out every single day, some of it well above the $10,000 they were offering me. I kept talking. I typed for almost 5 hours. From around 11 at night to close to 4 in the morning, I asked questions and took notes. And every single thing I wrote down for someone else, not for myself. I never confirmed the job. I told them I'd get back to them within 24 hours, and instead I took the site down entirely and sat in the dark for a while. What got me out of that chair, what kept me from convincing myself it was a hoax and going to sleep, was something they said before I'd even seen the wallet. When I first told them I wasn't interested, they said something like, "If you won't do it, we'll find someone who will." At the time, it didn't register, but once I saw that wallet, once I understood that this person was real and had resources and had done this before, those words were all I could hear. I drove to a payphone while it was still dark. I used a text-to-speech app so my voice wouldn't be on anything. I read everything to a dispatcher, every detail I'd written down, including the address of the drop site, which I figured was the most useful thing I had. Then I went home and I still couldn't sleep. Months later, I was scrolling through local news and saw a headline about a man from Texas. His name was listed as Aaron Bartell, 23 years old, convicted of soliciting murder and cannibalism through the internet. He'd told an undercover officer almost exactly what I'd been told. The kidnapping, the organization, the fate of the victim. Open and honest about all of it. Acting alone, according to the articles. First arrested in 2018, sentenced in 2020. I looked at his picture for a long time. He didn't look like what I expected. He barely looked old enough to have a history. And the more I read, the less settled I felt. Because if Bartell had been arrested in 2018 and sentenced in 2020, then who had I been talking to that night? I think about that question more than I probably should. I think about the wallet. I think about the traffic in that transaction history, the regularity of it, the scale. People with that kind of money don't do their own legwork. They find people who will. People who are desperate, or reckless, or both. I was both once, and they found me anyway. And somewhere out there, they're still looking. I should say first that my name is Lawrence, and I'm a retired school teacher from the northeast of England. My daughter and her husband are great fans of your program, Joel, and they've been after me to write in for some time now. Apparently they listen in the car together on long drives, and my daughter tells me your show reminds her of something I used to love as a boy, a radio program called Fear on 4.
I'd sit by the wireless as a young lad and just drink those ghost stories in. She tells me yours come from the listeners themselves, and with that in mind, I thought I'd share something from my earlier years, back when I spent nearly a decade working as a hotel concierge.
I've never spoken about this to anyone outside the family, and I suspect I never quite will be free of it. It was the late 90s, coming up toward the summer holidays, and the small boutique hotel where I worked was in a difficult position. We had lost our head receptionist to maternity leave. Wonderful news for her, of course, and we were genuinely pleased. But she was quite simply irreplaceable in practice. And then on top of that, we lost 2 of our most experienced members of the service team. One of those departures came with almost no warning at all, due to an undiagnosed heart condition that had gone undetected for years.
At a large chain hotel, you weather those kinds of losses with your systems and your reserves of staff. But we employed only about a dozen front-facing people in total. The hotel's philosophy was low occupancy, high quality, and that meant every single person mattered enormously. We felt those absences very deeply indeed. We needed people, and we needed them quickly.
I trusted management to make sensible choices, as I always had.
But when they brought on a young man I'll call Brendan, I believe they made a serious error of judgment. I knew it more or less from the moment I met him. Now, I've always been cautious about first impressions. They've led me astray before. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt for about a week. But then I noticed the way he looked at certain guests.
It wasn't entirely unheard of for a young member of staff to let his eyes wander when a well-dressed woman passed through the lobby.
We had some very comfortable, well-to-do guests staying with us, and their world had a certain glamour to it. But then one afternoon, I caught the same expression on Brendan's face as he watched a guest's 11-year-old daughter cross the lobby, and something cold settled in my chest. That look had no place being on anyone's face in those circumstances. I went to management.
I explained my concerns clearly and calmly,
and I reminded them that Brendan was still within his probationary period, that letting him go was still relatively straightforward. But management said it wasn't quite that simple. They had every right to release him, yes, but they wanted documentation, something solid on paper, so that Brendan couldn't later allege discrimination of some kind. They asked me to watch him, and told me that if a guest made any complaint at all, they would act immediately. I did my best.
I watched him as closely as I could manage, while still doing my own job properly.
And then, one evening in mid-October, just as the dark was beginning to arrive early the way it does in the Northeast that time of year, Brendan was on shift with us until 11 o'clock at night. The shift passed without any visible incident. When it was over, he went through to the staff room as he always did. He kept his dress shoes there and commuted in his trainers, his work shoes being quite pungent, frankly. And this little routine of his never took more than a few minutes before he'd reappear in the lobby and head out through the front doors. But that evening, he didn't reappear.
It wasn't unusual for staff to linger in the back after a shift,
and I told myself not to be paranoid. But 10 minutes went by, then 15, and that old familiar feeling in my stomach began to make itself known again. I told the night receptionist I was going to check on him, and I had barely taken 2 steps toward the hallway when Brendan came staggering around the corner from the opposite direction with blood streaming down the front of his uniform shirt. I can tell you honestly that whatever ill feeling I had harbored toward the young man vanished in that moment. He looked absolutely terrified. His eyes had gone wide and white, the way a person's do when they've experienced something that has frightened them beyond ordinary fear.
And when I got closer, I could see that his nose had been broken quite badly. It looked as though it had been pushed almost entirely flat across his face. He could barely stand. And as I reached him, he began to mutter, quite quietly,
almost pleading with me. He said, "Please help me, Lawrence, please. Don't let him get me. Don't let him kill me." I got him into the back office, handed him a great wad of blue roll to press against his face, and told the night receptionist, who was, understandably, in quite a state by that point, to ring 999 and ask for both the police and an ambulance.
I kept trying to ask Brendan what had happened and where, because I needed to know whether any of the guests were in danger. But he couldn't get beyond those same words, just groaning into the blue roll with his eyes half closed. I'll admit to you that in those few minutes, standing there waiting, I was genuinely frightened. I was imagining some violent stranger about to come round the corner. But the man who appeared in the lobby a short while later was barefoot, wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and when he came through, the first thing he said, quite loudly, was, "Where is he?" It took me only a moment to understand the shape of things. I stepped toward him, palms open, voice as steady as I could make it, and I tried to calm him down before anything else. And once he had settled enough to speak, he told me what he had seen. As I mentioned, the hotel had only 12 rooms, 3 of which were what we called family suites, a larger room for the adults, with a sitting area and a dining table, and then a smaller adjoining children's room that could also be accessed independently from the first floor corridor. Room 11 had a children's room we called 11B. Just before getting into bed, this man had decided to look in on his 2 young daughters, who were primary school age. And there, standing in that darkened room, watching the 2 sleeping girls, was Brendan. Not tidying, not delivering anything, just standing there in near complete darkness, watching them sleep. Once the father understood there was no professional reason whatsoever for Brendan to be in that room, he reacted as I suspect most fathers would. I will not pretend I found it difficult to understand his response, even as I could not condone it. What followed was, I'm sorry to say, a genuine shambles. After I had talked the father down from the very edge of himself, he demanded the police be called, and of course they were already on their way. But when the officers arrived and reviewed the corridor security footage, it was the father who was placed in handcuffs. Brendan had done more than enough to be dismissed on the spot, but he hadn't done anything the law could arrest him for, not that evening, and not based on what the cameras had captured. The father, on the other hand, had inflicted serious bodily harm, and it was there, on the recording, for everyone to see. I found the whole thing deeply troubling. The man whose children had been crept upon, being led out in cuffs, while the one responsible stood being treated as the injured party. That is simply how the law sometimes works, and I understand the logic of it, even when the logic sits very uneasily. I genuinely do not know what became of the father. I hope he was treated fairly, and I hope, above all, that his daughters were all right. As for Brendan, I know precisely what happened to him. We dismissed him before the week was out. I imagine his nose never quite went back to the shape it had been. And I cannot say, in all conscience, that I felt any particular regret about that. So there's this smell I remember from that office. Bad coffee and dry erase markers. And every time I catch a whiff of something like it now, my brain goes straight back to Pete. Which is weird because, honestly, that job was one of the worst I've ever had. Look, I'm a comedy writer. Got my name in the credits of a show on Netflix now, which still kind of blows my mind. But it wasn't always like that. Early on, it was rough.
Transitioning out of being a line cook into writing for a living, not exactly a smooth pivot, okay? So the first paid writing gig I landed was for this tiny company making viral videos. Our boss swore he had a contact who could flip click numbers into ad revenue, and I mean, the math kind of worked on paper. Except the content guidelines the ad guy kept sending over were so paranoid, so terrified of upsetting anyone, that half our skits were basically defanged before we even finished the first draft.
I don't know exactly how our boss kept the lights on. Probably by keeping the whole operation down to just me and one other writer. But he ran it for about a year before folding. Boring gig. Real boring. But here's the thing. The strangest story of my entire life came out of that boring gig. And it's all about a guy named Pete.
Pete. Okay, so Pete was genuinely, legitimately funny. Grew up in Quincy, Massachusetts, not far from me. His humor was so dry it could sand a floor, but he was one of the sharpest people I'd ever been in a room with. He was also, without question, one of the strangest.
He never came out for beers after work, not even on his birthday. Just wanted to go straight home, do whatever he did there. And none of us knew what that was because whenever you asked him anything personal, he gave you this one-word answer and then looked at you like you'd asked something invasive. The only concrete things we knew about him were that he had no girlfriend, no wife, no kids. Beyond that, his apartment was basically a black box. Me and the boss never pushed it too hard.
He was easygoing at work, wrote clean, reliable stuff, made our lives easier.
I did sort of want to nudge him toward meeting someone because, genuinely, a good sense of humor is attractive, and Pete was wasting it. But he was my coworker, not my nephew at Thanksgiving dinner, so I kept my mouth shut. And then one afternoon, I'm sitting at my desk, and I hear a woman's voice coming from the common area. Not loud, just there. And my first thought is, wait, does Pete have someone over?
I didn't go running out there because I didn't want to be weird about it. I just kind of sat still and listened, thinking, good for him, honestly. But then I crept a little closer to my door, and the voice got clearer, and she sounded older. Not elderly, but noticeably older than Pete. And I'm recalibrating, trying to figure out who this person could be. Eventually, the voices died down, and I heard Pete heading back to his office. So I popped out into the hall, and I'll be honest, I teased him a little. I said something like, "Oh, what's up, Casanova? Getting visits at work now. Moving pretty fast, huh?" And instead of grinning or telling me to knock it off, Pete looks at me completely blank and goes, "I don't know what you're talking about." And I assumed he was joking. I did the whole sarcastic har thing and then asked him for real who the woman was. But his face didn't move. And that's when I understood. He was serious. He was dead serious, standing there with this flat, unamused expression, denying that any woman had been there at all. My mind went to cheating first because the only other time I'd seen someone flatly deny knowing a woman was when they didn't want me accidentally saying something in front of their girlfriend. But I also thought, okay, maybe it's a relative. Maybe she brought bad news. Maybe there's something he just doesn't want me involved in. So I backed off, said my bad, must have been mistaken, and left it alone. Weird though. Definitely weird. Then it happened again. Pete's office was right next to mine, and the walls, I cannot stress this enough, were paper thin. The boss cut costs wherever he could. So one afternoon, I pull my headphones off, and I immediately hear a woman's voice coming through the wall. Same woman. Older voice, same one from before. And this time, it wasn't friendly. It was an argument. She was really laying into him about something, and Pete was going back and forth between apologizing and defending himself. And at one point it got pretty heated. I didn't knock on the wall. I just sat there listening, genuinely baffled, wondering what was happening in there. After maybe 15 minutes, they went quiet. And I waited for the usual sounds. Door opening, footsteps in the hall, out through the main office. But nothing came. Half an hour of silence, and no one had left. So eventually I came up with an excuse to check on him. I knocked, kept my face totally neutral, ready to just say, "Hey, how's it going?" to whoever was in there with him. He called out for me to come in. I opened the door. Just Pete. No one else. I stood there in the doorway for a second, actually questioning my own sanity because I had heard this woman. I had heard her arguing with him. I had heard none of the sounds that would indicate she'd left. So I just said it outright. "Dude, I'm pretty sure I just heard a woman in here." Not accusing him of anything, just saying what I knew. And Pete denied it again. I pushed back. I said, "Why are you lying? There's nothing wrong with having someone over. I'm not going to tell anyone." And we went back and forth like that for a few minutes until Pete just exploded. 6, 7 months working together, and I had never seen him angry. Not once. But he went completely red, stood up, and yelled at me to get the hell out of his office. I started to say something, and he just kept repeating it, "Kurt, get the hell out." And the look on his face was serious enough that I did. I just left. We didn't speak for a couple of hours. When the day ended, I apologized for pushing him. He didn't really accept it, just looked irritated that I'd brought it up at all. I told him I'd see him tomorrow, and walked out. I told the boss over drinks that night. We went back and forth about it and eventually landed on the only explanation that made sense. She must have been hiding in the room when I knocked. If she didn't walk past my door, she had to still be in there. Maybe Pete was embarrassed, maybe she was significantly older and he didn't want to deal with the teasing. We figured that was it. Weird, sure, but explainable. We were so far off. Next morning, I'm driving in, and my usual route takes me over the bridge, but the bridge is closed. I had to turn around, take the long way, showed up about 15 minutes late. The boss was already there, and he said, "Don't worry about it. Looks like everyone's having a rough morning." And then told me Pete hadn't shown up either. We both figured he probably got caught in the same backup I'd avoided by turning around. So we gave it an hour. Then another. Then the boss knocked on my door. Turns out the bridge had been closed because someone had a complete breakdown up there. Stopped their car in the middle of the bridge, got out, started screaming at the traffic behind him. Cops came and dragged him off, most likely to a psych hold. Once the car was moved, the bridge reopened, which meant Pete could show up any minute. He didn't show up that day. Or the next. Boss called his cell, called his home number. Nothing. And with what happened on that bridge sitting right there in the back of our minds, we started putting things together in a way neither of us really wanted to. I think most people reading this have already figured it out. It was Pete on that bridge. And that part, the breakdown, the hospital, is already pretty awful. And I genuinely hope wherever he is now, he's doing better. But here's where it gets strange in a way I still think about. My boss eventually ran into someone who knew what had gone down with Pete after he was admitted. Not a regular hospital, a psychiatric facility. And this person, who I'm keeping anonymous for obvious reasons, told him what Pete had been saying when the police first arrived on the bridge. Pete hadn't been yelling at the cars behind him. He'd been begging them to call the cops. He wanted to be arrested because he said he had just murdered his mother and eaten her. Now, before you spiral, he hadn't. He hadn't hurt anyone. His mother had been dead for years. But the cops didn't know that yet, so they went to his apartment to check, and they found that Pete had, in fact, cooked and eaten a head. It was a pig's head. Bought from somewhere, roasted, and left mostly intact. Intact enough that the officers could see immediately, without any kind of testing, that it was an animal. They went back and told his doctors that whatever he believed he'd done, it wasn't real. Pete called the doctor a liar and lunged at him across the table. After that, he was committed indefinitely as a ward of the state, which I have a cousin who went through involuntary psychiatric care, and I will tell you, that system does not let you go easily. People get out of prison faster.
So Pete, as far as I know, was stuck in that hospital until he could demonstrate real improvement. And whether that ever came, I honestly don't know. What stays with me is this. I sat 5 feet away from that man, through a paper-thin wall, and heard a woman's voice in his office on multiple occasions. A woman who was not there. And at the time I thought something strange was going on with Pete. Some secret he was keeping. Some embarrassing situation he didn't want examined too closely.
I was right that something was going on. I was just completely wrong about what it was.
Pete, if you somehow end up hearing this, I miss you, man. I hope things got better.
So I've been working in medical science for going on 20 years now. Lab technician mostly, but I've done coordination work and served as a principal investigator too. And for a good stretch of that time, I worked at a small medical clinic out in rural Manitoba, Canada. Dead of winter out there most of the year, and the work itself wasn't glamorous. Blood and urine mostly. We had an ultrasound suite and a couple of other bits. But honestly, 95% of what we did week in and week out was blood and urine. And if you've ever wondered why you've never received a call from a clinic saying, they lost your sample, and could you please come back in? Well, it's because people like us are extremely careful with them. We treat every sample like it matters, because it does. So you can imagine how seriously we took it the day one of our nurses came to us and said he dropped one. And I want to be clear, our first concern wasn't the sample.
It was him. I'm not going to use his real name for reasons that'll become obvious, so let's call him Daniel. When Daniel told me what happened, he said the beaker slipped from his hand because he'd suddenly come over dizzy. So we sent him home for a couple of days. He came back looking fine, and that was that.
Now, Daniel was a good nurse, genuinely good, reliable, experienced, and we were glad to have him. So when it happened a second time a few weeks later, I pulled him aside and told him to go get a proper checkup. Dizzy spells can mean all sorts of things, some of them serious. But he went, had the full examination, and came back with a clean bill of health. We were relieved. He also admitted he'd skipped breakfast that morning, which, fair enough, that'll do it. So the whole thing was quietly forgotten, and Daniel carried on as normal. And then came the morning I walked into the containment lab and saw something I still can't fully square with the man I thought I knew.
It was early. Still dark outside. The kind of February morning in Manitoba where the cold gets into the building no matter what you do. Daniel was alone in the lab, which wasn't unusual. We trusted him completely. As I pushed open the door, I caught him off guard. He was standing with his back half turned, and he was lowering a sample beaker of urine away from his mouth. I stopped. He stopped. Then the beaker hit the floor,
and he said something like, "I dropped it, but I'd seen it." There was no question about what I'd seen. He begged me not to say anything, swore it would never happen again. At one point, he actually offered me money, but I couldn't do nothing. What he'd done was gross misconduct, and that's putting it gently. We couldn't have someone with those inclinations anywhere near patient samples. So I reported it. The regulatory body's primary concern, as it turned out, was keeping it out of the press. When Daniel quietly disappeared from the clinic, that suited everyone. Or so we thought, because procedure required us to pass the matter on to the police. What he'd done fell under laws pertaining to the mishandling of biological materials, which covers everything from blood to stool samples. We were told a first offense would likely mean a fine and a suspended sentence. But he'd never work in healthcare again. That chapter of his life was finished. About 6 or 7 weeks passed, long enough that I'd nearly stopped thinking about it altogether. Then one evening, driving home after a late shift, I pulled into my driveway and a car came in behind me and blocked me in. I knew that car. I'd seen it in the clinic's car park almost every day for nearly 3 years. It was Daniel's. He walked toward me down the driveway. I got out and shouted at him to leave before I called the police. I made enough noise that my husband came out and our kids were watching from the front window. My husband walked Daniel back up the driveway. He wasn't gentle about it. Daniel only left when my husband made it fairly plain what would happen to him if he didn't. We reported it. Daniel was out on bail, so the police's hands were tied unless they caught him in the act of making an actual threat. All they could do was warn him that continued contact would constitute harassment. It didn't stop him. Things escalated over the following weeks, and it came to a head one evening when I was driving home and noticed his car behind me. I knew immediately, and then he started driving at me. I don't know whether he wanted to hurt me or just frighten me. Maybe both. Maybe he didn't know himself. Either way, it ended with my car going off the road into a ditch on the side of a frozen highway. I wasn't seriously hurt, but I was shaken badly enough that I needed to be checked over at hospital. But that was where it turned. The road had cameras. Several of them caught the whole thing. Daniel was arrested and held on remand because the court decided he was a danger to the public. The dangerous driving charge changed everything. He ended up with 3 months in prison for all of it combined. I was angry at first. 3 months felt like nothing. But sitting with it now, I think it was actually the right outcome. 3 months is real time, especially for someone with no prior record. And more importantly, he was released, with the remaining 3 months hanging over him, meaning any further contact with me or the clinic would send him straight back. He didn't come back. Not once. And honestly, it's probably for the best that he didn't, because I'm fairly certain my husband would have done something that landed him in far more serious trouble than 3 months. So I've been doing mall security for about 4 years when I first crossed paths with a guy named Cray. I kind of fell into the job back in 2009 when the economy went sideways and decent work was hard to come by. The pay wasn't bad. I didn't mind working nights, and some of the store clerks would cut us in on their employee discount, which made up for a lot. My coworkers were all pretty easygoing too, boss included. Just regular people collecting a paycheck and not looking for drama. And then Cray showed up, and right away everybody could tell he was a different kind of animal. Cray was this short, balding guy with glasses, somewhere between the tail end of his 30s and the front end of his 40s.
Word was he'd been doing security work ever since he dropped out of high school, which was a long stretch by anyone's measure. But you never would have guessed it looking at him.
He was quiet, kept to himself, and didn't look like someone who could handle himself if things went sideways. Still, the boss said his references were glowing and that he hadn't missed a single sick day in almost 6 years straight. You can't teach that kind of reliability, so you grab it when you find it. Cray got the job, and before long I was sharing shifts with him. The mall had somewhere around 20-odd security cameras, counting the ones out in the parking lot, so a big chunk of the job was just sitting in front of this massive wall of screens, watching for shoplifters and car thieves. During the day we were reactive more than anything, just eyes in the sky. Night shifts were a whole other story, but I'll get to that. So one evening, me and Cray were both on screens during a late autumn shift. Cold night, that particular one. The heating in the security office was doing its best and losing. You could hear the wind cutting across the parking lot even from inside. We each had our own monitor where we could pull up individual camera feeds and clip footage if something worth saving came up, though you didn't do that unless you had a reason. That's why I noticed when Cray kept his feed locked on the same store for way too long without moving. When I saw which store it was, the one that sold clothes and gear for kids under 5, I asked if he'd spotted something. Now, sad as it sounds, that store was one of the worst shoplifting spots in the whole mall. People had figured out that baby gear moved fast on the street, and it had become a real headache for us. So the question was reasonable. But Cray just flicked over to a different feed and said something like, "Oh, never mind, it was nothing." I didn't think much of it at the time. I'd done the same thing myself, thought I saw something and then let it go. But then about an hour before we clocked out,
I caught him doing it again, and that time he flat out denied it. I said something like, "Watching the baby store again, huh?" And he switched feeds and said, "What? No." Just like that. I'd somehow gotten it into my head that he had a crush on the girl who worked the register there.
and honestly, she was cute, so it tracked. When I teased him about it, his face went red as a traffic light, and I figured that pretty much confirmed it. I told him to go ask her out. Called him a wuss in a friendly way, the whole thing. He didn't get annoyed. He just told me to knock it off while trying not to smile. I eased up, but not before saying something like, "Turns out you're human after all." "You're all right, Cray." When I clocked out, I told him not to let anyone else catch him staring at the baby store girl, or they'd think he was stalking her. He grinned and shook his head. Over the next stretch of weeks, I was mostly on nights, and a couple of those shifts I shared with Cray. I'd stopped thinking of him as some kind of machine by then. He was just a quiet guy who did his job and focused. I still gave him grief about not asking the store girl out yet. Told him the worst she could say was no. He'd just grin and tell me to mind my business. Same routine every time. Night patrols were different from days.
Every half hour, one of us would walk the whole mall while the other stayed back watching the screens. You didn't have to keep your eyes glued to the monitors the whole time, not unless the walker radioed in with something. So when Cray headed out on the 2:30 patrol, I wasn't watching his feed particularly close. It was one of those nights where the autumn cold had crept into the building a bit, and I was half thinking about the coffee I'd left to go cold on the desk.
Then I happened to look up and noticed one of the store shutters was raised about halfway. I grabbed the radio and said, "Hey, one of the stores is unlocked." No answer from Cray. Then two thoughts landed on me at the same time. Cray wasn't answering, and the store with the open shutter was the baby clothes store. Right away I thought, oh no, we were absolutely not allowed to enter stores after hours unless something serious was happening. And Cray, of all people, knew that. The guy had never so much as taken a sick day. So if he was in there, something was off. I grabbed my keys and went. A few minutes later, I was ducking under the half-raised shutter, calling out his name in the dark. The store smelled like plastic and new fabric.
The overheads were off, but the emergency lighting made everything look pale and slightly wrong. He answered from somewhere behind a display and stepped out and nearly gave me a heart attack.
I asked what the hell he was doing, and he said he thought he'd heard something inside. I told him that's exactly why he should have radioed me, because I was sitting at the screen bank and could have seen past the shutters without either of us having to set foot in there. The excuse was thin, and we both knew it. I reminded him he was risking getting fired. He didn't say much after that. The next night, he thanked me. Thanked me for not reporting him, for caring enough to come find him, and for getting him out of that store.
That last part sat funny with me, the way he said it. It had the same weight to it as when someone thanks you for stopping them from doing something they knew they shouldn't. I let it pass and just asked him outright what he was doing in there.
He looked away and said something like, "I'm going to be a father." Then, before I could say anything, he added, "And I'm scared." I told him that was normal, that he'd be fine. But I didn't believe him. Not because I'm some great lie detector or anything like that. I just knew that men who are expecting kids, even quiet men, mention it to the guys they work with. It comes up. Cray had never once brought it up. And this felt like something he'd reached for in a hurry. I didn't call him on it directly, but it stuck with me and changed how I looked at him a little. Just enough that I was waiting to find out what the real thing was. Life went on. Cray was normal and quiet and did his job well. I didn't catch him watching any particular store, didn't find him anywhere he shouldn't be. He was just Cray. When I asked about the pregnancy once, a few weeks later, he said, she's fine, without missing a beat. Which was exactly the kind of answer you gave when you'd almost forgotten what lie you'd told. Then one night when I was getting ready for a shift, my phone lit up with notifications from a group chat. A friend of mine, Chris, had sent a video, and the follow-up messages were him losing his mind over it. He used to send weird stuff to the chat all the time, half of it funny, half of it deeply unpleasant. This one was firmly in the second category. When I opened the video, it showed what looked like a child's bedroom. Pastel colors, little curtains, that kind of thing. Then a grown man walked into the frame, wearing a baby bonnet and a pacifier and not much else, with some kind of painted-on look to his face. I didn't recognize him at first, but then he took the pacifier out to speak, and I realized what I was looking at. It was Cray. I closed the video and just stood there in my kitchen for a minute, very still, in the way you go still when your brain is trying to absorb something it doesn't really want to. I understood immediately why he'd been watching that store. He couldn't have worn anything in there. Nothing would have fit. But knowing why it had interested him made my skin want to leave my body and go somewhere quieter. Then the practical thought started coming in. Was Cray dangerous? Was his thing actually about kids? Or was this something else entirely? I had no idea. And the thought of spending 10 hours alone with him in an empty mall that night was not sitting great with me. I called Chris, asked where he'd found the video and how far he'd sent it. He said someone at his job had passed it along and that he'd forwarded it to pretty much everyone he knew short of his grandmother. So the video was already moving around town. It was only a matter of time before someone who recognized the mall and the face in that video put two and two together. A lot of people were going to laugh, but some people were going to want to do worse than that. So that night, at work, I decided to ask him about it. It took me nearly 3 hours to work up to it. The mall was cold and dark outside our little office.
The kind of late autumn quiet where you can hear the ventilation system and nothing else. I wasn't physically scared of Cray.
But poking at something that far under someone's skin, you never quite know what you're going to get back.
I thought about just leaving it alone, letting whatever was going to happen happen. But I couldn't. I said, "Hey, Cray, I saw this video today." And before I'd even finished the sentence, his face had gone a deep, blotchy red.
I stopped there and just watched him.
He started sweating visibly, sitting in his chair, eyes locked on the screens, shaking slightly like he was running a fever. He didn't deny it. He didn't say anything. He just sat there, and that silence was its own kind of answer.
I asked him the only question that actually mattered to me in that moment. I asked him if his thing was about kids. His head came around fast and he said, "No, it's not like that. I swear to God it's not." There was something real in it. Not desperate pleading, just a kind of offended shock that had a core of honesty to it. I can't tell you for certain he was telling the truth.
I'll never know for certain. But in that moment, I believed him. Still, the video was out there, and it was spreading. I told him straight.
Once people started recognizing him, it wasn't just his job that was at risk.
People were going to make their own assumptions, and some of them were going to want to act on those assumptions. His record was clean as far as I knew, and I didn't personally think he was what people were going to say he was. But none of that would matter once the tide came in. The best thing he could do was get out of town and start over somewhere nobody knew him. He sat with that for a moment, looking like he was trying to find the right words.
Then he started crying. Not a little bit either.
He cried for a couple of solid minutes while the screens blinked in front of us and the empty mall sat dark and quiet outside. I didn't feel too bad for him, if I'm being straight about it. Putting something like that online was a spectacularly dumb thing to do, and it had been a matter of when, not if.
But his dumb mistake had burned his whole life down, or was about to. And he was sitting there, watching the smoke rise. I also told him, while I was at it, that whatever his thing was, he needed to keep it off the internet. Not just for the obvious reasons, but because that kind of thing had a way of escalating. He might have been telling me the truth that night, but I say that as someone with 2 daughters, and I know how these things can shift over time if a person doesn't deal with whatever's underneath them. When we clocked out that morning, Cray thanked me for warning him and told me I probably wouldn't be seeing him around much. I told him I was sorry to hear it, but that he needed a fresh start. He shook my hand and walked out into the gray autumn morning, and that was the last I saw of him. By the time the rest of the crew found out, whether through the video or someone telling them, Cray was already gone. So yeah, sure. Go ahead and ask me about Bigfoot.
Ask me about UFOs. Ask me about whatever you want. Because after nearly 30 years as a forest ranger in the Black Forest region of Germany, I have heard it all. Honestly, I have a running tally in my head at this point. We're somewhere north of 25 Bigfoot-adjacent sightings, give or take a few that were almost certainly just large dogs seen through fog.
11 UFO encounters, which, fair enough, the sky out here does get strange on clear winter nights. And one man, one absolutely committed man, told me with a completely straight face that he had spotted a former East German intelligence officer living off the grid in a converted camper van somewhere near Freudenstadt. Sure, okay, I believe you. And look, when people find out what I do for a living, they get this gleam in their eyes.
They lean in a little, and I know exactly what's coming. They want to know if I've seen something out here, something unexplained.
Something that kept me awake. And I appreciate it.
I really do. Because it beats answering questions about trail permits. But I always disappoint them. I have never seen an undocumented creature, never seen anything hovering in the sky that I couldn't eventually explain away.
The only large, growling, bipedal thing I've encountered stomping through the trees at dawn was my colleague Dieter, who should not be approached before his second coffee, and frankly shouldn't be legal before his first. So no, nothing like that. The only thing that has ever genuinely unsettled me doesn't even have the decency to be a proper story. It has no beginning, no middle, no tidy ending. It's just a knot of confusion and fear and questions that nobody ever answered. And it started the morning a ranger named Rolf went missing on patrol. It was a gray November morning, the kind we get plenty of here, cold and damp. The trees stripped mostly bare and the ground covered in that soft, wet mat of decaying leaves. Rolf was out doing a standard inspection, checking for storm damage and logging any potential hazards, when he simply stopped answering his radio. Another ranger drove out to his last logged position and found Rolf's vehicle sitting empty on a forest track, his radio placed very neatly on the passenger seat. Not dropped, not tossed aside, set down. That detail bothered people more than they said out loud. A search of the immediate area turned up nothing, so by early evening we had a search and rescue team out there with dogs, moving through the undergrowth in the dark. The dogs did their job well. They led us right to him, and we expected to find him hurt. Maybe a fall, maybe a bad one, because there weren't many other reasons a ranger with Rolf's experience just goes quiet. What we found was worse than a fall. Rolf was on the ground, barely conscious, and he was cold in a way that had nothing to do with the November air. His face, his neck, his arms, his hands, all of it was swollen in a way that made my stomach drop the second I saw it. That stretched, taut, almost shiny look to the skin. A deep, angry pink that ran all the way to his fingertips, where it darkened so severely it was nearly black. I had an aunt who was severely allergic to certain medications, and I had seen her once after a bad reaction. Rolf looked worse than that. We had a medic with us and she was on him immediately. Cleared his airway, got an IV in, and within minutes an ATV had come up the trail with a transport cot. We got him back to the station and a helicopter was waiting. And as we watched that thing lift off into the November dark, the whole group of us just stood there. Nobody said much. We didn't know what had happened to him, what he'd touched, what had found him. Nothing. What we did know was that there was a real chance Rolf wasn't going to come back from this. One of the rangers, a woman named Sabrina who'd worked alongside Rolf for years, was crying by the time we were back inside. We all thought about his wife, his 2 daughters, and it sat on all of us like a weight. The next 3 days were the longest I can remember. We were in near constant contact with the hospital, waiting for any kind of update. And then, around 72 hours in, we got word that he had stabilized. Somehow, against what at least one of the treating physicians had quietly suggested wasn't going to happen, Rolf had turned a corner. A few of us drove over to see him. His wife was in a chair pulled right up to the bed, and she looked like she hadn't slept since he'd been brought in. Rolf was awake, alert. He recognized us. That moment was something. But there was an enormous, impossible-to-ignore question hanging over the whole room, because none of us had any idea what had put him there. When we asked him, he did his best. He said he'd been moving through a section of forest checking for hazards when he noticed something on the ground that caught his attention. A piece of rock, dark and glassy looking, volcanic in appearance, which should not exist there. The Black Forest geology does not produce that kind of rock. It looked, he said,
exactly like something a tourist might have carried in and dropped. So he picked it up.
He said at first it felt normal. Light, the way volcanic rock often is. But then, within a minute or two of carrying it, it started to feel warm. Not warm like something left in sunlight. Warm in a way that felt wrong. He dropped it. He remembers looking down at it on the ground and thinking clearly that something very bad was happening. After that, his memory goes dark. The swelling, difficulty breathing, and then nothing until the hospital ceiling and the tubes. The Environmental Protection Authorities were notified, and Rolf gave them the best grid reference he could, which matched our own digital records of where he'd been that morning. They sent a team out to find the rock. The initial concern was radioactivity, some kind of acute exposure, but that got ruled out quickly at the hospital. Still, they didn't want whatever it was sitting out there in a public forest. They searched for a long time. They went over every grid square. They found nothing. No rock matching the description, no rock at all, frankly, that seemed out of place. It was gone. Or it had never been there in any way they could detect. Either answer was troubling enough that nobody said it out loud more than once. We did what we could. We put up notices, briefed staff, asked visitors to report anything unusual on the ground. We were especially afraid for children, for anyone with that instinct to pick up an interesting-looking stone and pocket it. But nothing happened. No one else came forward. Whatever Rolf had found out there either moved on or was never going to be found again. And there was no way to know which. Rolf recovered. He really did. But he never came back to work.
He ended up going into business with his brother-in-law, renovation and carpentry work out near Freiburg. Good work, steady money. But Rolf had loved this job, loved the forest the way people only do when it's genuinely part of who they are. So when he didn't come back, we understood, without him having to say it, that something out there on that November morning had taken something from him that the hospital couldn't return. I'm not losing sleep over it. It was years ago now. But I do still catch myself, sometimes on a quiet morning out on patrol, turning it over. Whatever he found, whatever picked him up and put him down like that, nobody ever named it. And there's something about an unnamed thing that just refuses to stay buried. I've been working for the Forest Service, going on 15 years now, and I'll tell you, the job comes with challenges most people never think about. One of the biggest is illegal hunting. Doesn't matter how much advance notice we give the local hunting community, or how flexible we try to be, there are always people who think the rules don't apply to them. One guy once swore up and down that he genuinely thought it was still September, had to be out of his mind to forget what month it was, and had to think I was even more of an idiot to believe it. We take poaching seriously, so when a report comes in, we move on it fast. That's exactly what happened one afternoon when I got word that illegal hunting might have been going on in a specific part of the forest. I drove straight out there. One of the main tools we use is scanning tree trunks in the area with a handheld metal detector. A bullet lodged in a trunk can tell you a lot. Where the shooter stood, which direction they fired, whether it's a spot poachers return to regularly. If the shot lines up with habitat for a protected species, that evidence can help build a serious case. Logging companies care about this too, because when a saw blade hits buried metal, it can shatter. People have been badly hurt that way, some killed. A lot of our best tips actually come from sawmills flagging areas where they keep hitting metal. Trees hold on to things quietly, long after the fact. That's what makes them useful.
So I grabbed the detector from my truck and started walking the tree line. Sometimes what looks like buckshot damage turns out to be nothing. Antler scarring from a deer rubbing velvet, marking territory.
Runs the detector over it and gets silence. But after maybe half a mile in, I stopped at a tree that was unmistakably damaged. Clear buckshot pattern, one of the clearest I'd ever come across in my time out there. I ran the detector over it. Nothing. That made no sense. Even the most careful poacher doesn't bother digging fragments out of bark. There was obvious damage, obvious tunneling, and with that much of it, it looked like it could have come from more than one shot. I pulled out the small knife I carry and started carefully working away at the bark around the damaged area. The tunneling was real. No question about that. But when I reached the bottom of one of the channels, what I found wasn't dull gray metal. It was off-white, almost porcelain-looking. I'd never seen anything like it. I was maybe 12 years into the job at that point and had examined a lot of trees. I used the knife to loosen it and carefully worked the small piece free. Then I held it up and got a proper look at it. I actually gasped, nearly dropped it. It was a tooth. A front tooth. Human. We spend a lot of time learning to identify animal remains out there. Bird bones, deer teeth, carnivore teeth. Each has a distinct shape, a distinct size. When you've handled enough of them, you know. And what I was holding was not from any animal that lives in that forest. My first clear thought after the shock passed was simple. Preserve the evidence. I walked back to my truck, called it in over the radio, then returned to the tree and ran crime scene tape around the surrounding area. My coworker Marcus arrived within the hour. When I showed him what I'd found, he went quiet for a moment and then said, "It scared him." That about summed it up for both of us. We also felt pretty powerless. About 90% of what happens in the forest, we handle ourselves. But this was something else entirely. Finding human teeth buried in a tree trunk requires forensic technicians, possibly a forensic anthropologist. We didn't even know how old the teeth were. It took a few days to assemble the right team. Then one morning at dawn, they arrived. Technicians, forensic specialists, a photographer. They documented everything methodically. The tree, the surrounding ground, the positioning of the damage, the teeth still lodged in the trunk. Only after all of that was photographed did they begin removing the remaining teeth, using tools designed to preserve trace DNA. They also took wood samples. Growth rate can help estimate how long something has been embedded in a trunk. Marcus and I stood off to the side all morning, answering questions when the investigators needed us. They were particularly interested in whether we'd noticed any unusual activity in the area recently. We hadn't. After that, it went to the lab. The first step was matching the teeth to dental records in the National Missing Persons Registry. No match. They moved to DNA testing. DNA doesn't just identify a person. It can connect to living relatives. Even without a direct match, there was a chance of finding someone who could point toward an answer. No matches there either. Not one. Whoever those teeth belonged to had no relatives in the system at all. That detail sat uneasily with everyone involved. In the end, we never found out how those teeth got there. A few theories were floated. One coworker thought it might be a very old Native American burial site, that a tree had simply grown up through the remains over generations, pulling the teeth upward with it. That one turned out not to hold up. There were no other remains, no historical burial context. The more unsettling possibility, the one nobody wanted to dwell on but couldn't quite dismiss,
was what another coworker said almost offhandedly one afternoon. He said it was almost as if someone had loaded a shotgun shell with human teeth and fired it point blank into that tree. No other fragments, just the teeth. That image stuck with all of us. The one thing the lab did confirm was this. The teeth had been in that trunk for just over a year at most, and they belonged to a man who had been in his 40s. That was hard to sit with, because that meant it happened while I was working out there, while I was patrolling those same woods. The forest is large. Our crew is small. We can't be everywhere, I know that. But knowing it doesn't make it easier. His name was never found. The cause was never determined. And no one could say for certain what happened to him or how his teeth ended up buried in a tree in the middle of the forest. My name is Ion, and I'm a forester in Romania. I've lived my whole life close to the trees, a small village not far from the edge of the forest. And every morning I wake up early, pull on my uniform, and walk out into it. The job sounds simple enough when you say it out loud. Walk the kilometers, check the trees, mark the old or sick ones for legal cutting, count the young ones, plant new ones come spring. Keep watch for bears, wolves, lynx. They need monitoring too, just like the trees do. But the thing that takes up most of our days and most of our nights is stopping vehicles, checking papers, looking for wood that shouldn't be moving. Because illegal logging, that's the real problem. That's always been the real problem. They come at night mostly. Axes, chainsaws. They go straight for the best trees, beech, oak, spruce, the old ones, and they move fast. A larger group can take down close to 100 trees in a single night, and they don't rest much. So in the space of a month, you can lose thousands of trees. Old growth. Gone. Some of the foresters take money from the loggers to look the other way. I won't pretend otherwise. And the rest of us, we get intimidated. Axes held up, chainsaws revving. Some of them carry guns, which for a long time we ourselves were not allowed to carry. That changed in 2019. By then, certain things had already happened that couldn't be undone. Without the trees, the soil goes. Rain washes it straight into the rivers. The rivers flood. Villages get swallowed. People lose things they never get back. And the animals, they flee, or they don't get the chance to. Nests come down with the trees. Dens get crushed. I have children, and I think about what they won't get to see. That thought sits heavy, but it also keeps me going. For a long time, we hid in the forest at night. Notebook, flashlight. If there were too many loggers, we'd stay in the dark and just count them, write down what we saw. If the group was small enough, we'd sometimes make noise, make them think there were more of us than there were. That worked sometimes. They'd leave the lumber and drive off. But sometimes they'd come at us. And I want to be careful about how I say this because I don't want to be dramatic about it, but when a man is running at you with a chainsaw going full speed, something happens to you that doesn't fully go away. We'd call the police. They were too far. They always arrived too late. Then the government got involved, which made things worse in a different way. Our boss called us all into headquarters one day. The local government had grown frustrated. They'd heard about the bribery,
a few isolated cases, and decided we were all compromised. Our arguments didn't land. What they told us was this: if we couldn't stop the loggers, we'd pay for the lost lumber ourselves, deducted from our wages week after week until the problem was resolved.
We were furious. Genuinely furious. But most of us had families. So we had one choice, really. Work harder.
Take more risks. We still didn't have guns, so we got creative. Firecrackers first, big ones, launched through the trees in the dark. For a while they worked.
Then the loggers got used to them.
Then we tried bringing dogs, but we weren't willing to actually use them against people, and the loggers figured that out quickly enough. We kept pushing the government for permission to carry firearms. We were told, every time, the same thing. You're not soldiers. You're not police. It's too dangerous. So instead we were told to gather intelligence and hand it over to the police and let them make arrests. It was slow, and in the meantime we were losing money and taking more and more risks. Then something small happened that lifted everyone's spirits considerably. Two of my colleagues, Niku and Gavril, were out one night when they found a logging group. Too many loggers, just the two of them. But Niku had an idea. He switched on his flashlight and walked straight toward them, shouting, made a scene, drew enough of them toward him that Gavril was able to slip around to the trucks unnoticed. He punctured 3 of the 4 tires on one of the vehicles and walked away without anyone seeing him go. The next morning, another pair of foresters found the truck abandoned. Flat tires. Lumber still loaded. We sold what had been illegally cut and put the money back into the forest. It felt, for a moment, like we'd won something. It didn't last a month. A few weeks later, one of the younger foresters, I'll call him Pavle, was out alone at night in a section of forest we hadn't been paying much attention to. We didn't think the loggers would bother with it. We were wrong. He called in on the radio. Said they were there, a lot of them, 2 trucks worth. Said he needed backup. Those of us on duty who had vehicles went straight to him. We were hopeful. We knew if we could just get someone near those trucks, we had a chance. Then he came back on the radio. Said the trucks were nearly loaded, that the loggers were getting ready to leave. We told him to wait, to do nothing alone. After that, the radio went quiet. I don't know exactly what happened next. I don't think any of us do, fully. When we arrived, the loggers were gone, and so was Pavle. We searched the rest of that night. Pairs of us, flashlights, calling his name. We covered miles. When daylight came, it turned out he was less than 100 yards from where we'd started. We knew the search was over because one of us started screaming. The kind of sound that tells you something has broken in a person. I won't describe what they did to him in detail. I've seen things in this forest that I'd have preferred not to. Accidents. Things people do to each other. But Pavlo was different. That's all I'll say about it. Many of us went to his funeral. He had a mother. We tried to tell her how brave he'd been, because he was. I don't think his death was worth it. We should have been allowed to defend ourselves long before that night. But it was his death that finally moved the conversations forward. Local politicians relented. We were allowed to carry rifles, not to shoot unless directly threatened, but that almost never became necessary. Just seeing us armed was enough.
The loggers found other places to go. We put a brass plaque up at headquarters. It has his name on it. It's there so that new foresters know what was paid for the right to protect themselves. The logging hasn't stopped entirely. We still face danger. But no one will end up the way Pavel did. Out there, alone in the dark, protecting trees that no one should have had to die for.
You know, I'm almost 60 years old now, living here in Brighton Beach, Brooklyn, and I'll tell you something. I never thought my life would end up the way it has. I drive a cab. That's it. That's my day, every day. Just me and the streets of New York.
But things weren't always like this, and there's a reason I ended up here, and it's not the reason most people would guess. I came to the United States in 1993, not long after my country simply ceased to exist. Overnight. Gone. But before all of that, I was a forester in central Russia, out in a place called Yugva, right where Europe shakes hands with Asia. The Yugva National Park stretches across the western slopes of the Ural Mountains, roughly 1,600 kilometers east of Moscow. At the higher elevations, you get tundra, harsh and open. Lower down, meadows. But more than half of the park is boreal forest. Pine, spruce, dense and dark and old. Nearly 19,000 square kilometers in total. To give you some sense of scale, the entire landmass of Kuwait is only 17,000 square kilometers. The park is literally bigger than some countries. Because it sat so far from anywhere convenient, tucked away from the easy reach of Moscow or St. Petersburg, Yugva never drew large crowds. A few thousand visitors a year, mostly. Back when I worked there, many of those visitors were families of Red Army soldiers stationed at bases nearby.
And it was one such soldier, an officer, whose angry face started all of this. The year was 1987. My official title was Lishnik, forester. We didn't have rangers. That's a very American idea, and I mean no offense by that.
Under socialism, you weren't handed fancy titles. You were a forester, same as everyone else, and that was enough. So when I heard someone bark the word at me from down a trail one gray October afternoon, I knew exactly who was calling. It was late autumn, the forest stripped down to bare bones, the ground frozen hard underfoot, and the sky the color of old pewter. Not tourist season at all, which made the whole thing stranger from the start. I turned around and there he was. No uniform, but I knew an officer when I saw one. I'd done my own years in the army when I was younger, long enough to recognize that particular personality. My American neighbors have a word for it that I won't repeat here, but it almost sounds Russian, and I find that funny. He was marching toward me quick and stiff and furious, and behind him, hanging back on the trail, were his wife and 2 children, a boy and a girl. The officer looked angry. His family looked terrified. That's the difference I noticed right away. When I asked what the problem was, he exploded. He told me some strange man had been lurking around the woods and had deliberately set about to frighten his wife and children while they were out walking. I asked him to describe this man, and what he told me made me stop and listen more carefully. Tall, he said, dressed in dark furs, and wearing a hat that appeared to have been fashioned from a bear's head. At first, the man hadn't done anything overtly threatening. He'd simply watched them from a distance. When the officer challenged him, the man just stared back in silence. But then, when the officer stepped toward him, the man in the bear's head charged. The officer's children screamed. His wife was so frightened she was in tears. And then, just like the animal whose skull sat on top of his head, It was a false charge. The man stopped, turned, and walked away laughing. My first thought was a drunk hunter who had too much vodka. I said as much. The officer cut me off. The man carried no weapon, he said. No rifle, no knife that he could see. Just an emptiness in his eyes that didn't belong to any hunter he'd ever encountered.
And then came the warning that I expected.
If this man was not found and dealt with by the end of the following week, there would be consequences. So that same afternoon, myself and a fellow forester set out to find the so-called bear man. We had an old AZ4 69 back at central headquarters. We called it the goat. It was loud, the brakes were terrible, and a long ride in it left bruises somewhere I'd rather not describe. But it was reliable and simple to fix, and out in a park that size, we loved it the way the old nomads loved their horses.
We drove out to where the officer had last seen the man, climbed out into the cold, and spent hours walking through the trees, looking for tracks, campfire remnants, signs of butchered animals, anything. Illegal hunting was a real problem in the park, particularly in the autumn when poorer families wanted to stock their larders before the long Russian winter came down hard. Those hunters were usually easy to track because they spent days out in the forest and left traces everywhere. But this man left almost nothing. A few footprints that led into streams or disappeared onto frozen ground, and then nothing at all. By the time the early dark of late autumn closed in around us, and in October in that part of Russia, the light goes fast, we had no real answers. We went back the next morning before sunrise, heading deeper in the direction we guessed the bear man had gone. Meadows, frozen streams, animal tracks, a few droppings, but no human sign. It was deeply unsettling. If a man had been living out there, he should have been leaving traces everywhere. We were starting to think we were searching in the wrong area entirely when we found the charms. I'm not sure charms is quite right in English, but the Russian word is ober, trinkets that carry a holy or spiritual power. Some come from the church, others come from zagavarai, which is old Slavic folk conjuring, and those don't bring blessings. They bring curses. The ones we found that day were unmistakably the second kind. The first hung from a low branch, a small bird skull mounted on a backboard of woven twigs. My partner pulled it down and we looked at each other without saying a word. Such things weren't technically illegal under communism, but a man found practicing zagavorai could expect some very thorough psychiatric treatment, quote unquote. We pushed on and found more of them. Not all included bones, but each one announced the same thing clearly. We were inside this man's territory, and he did not want us there. We returned to headquarters and reported what we'd found. Our boss organized a larger search for the following dawn. That search nearly cost one of our team his life. A forester walking through the area we'd already explored stepped onto ground that simply gave way beneath him. On pure instinct, he twisted as he fell, throwing himself sideways, and managed to catch the edge. He dragged himself out by sheer force of will. When he stood up and looked back at what had nearly swallowed him, he found a pit lined with 6 sharpened wooden stakes, each one pointed and driven deep. If he had fallen straight down, he would not have walked back out of those woods. We called it in over the radios, and everyone converged on his position. Standing there looking down into that pit, we understood that this was no longer about a drunk man in a costume trying to frighten tourists. This bear man was willing to kill. Since we weren't carrying weapons, we pulled back and waited for orders. What came back was good news. At least, it seemed that way at the time. When we next went into the forest, we were equipped with rifles loaned from the local Red Army militia, like your Army reserves, more or less, and we moved in pairs.
We thought the sight of armed foresters would be enough to scare him off. We were wrong. Within a few hours, 2 of our men called in over the radio, their voices barely controlled. They were under attack from an unknown position.
Their attacker could see them. They could not see their attacker. There had been no gunfire, which made no sense, until we found the arrow buried in the trunk of a tree along their path. An arrow. We all just looked at each other. Our boss refused to let us return to that part of the forest without a militia escort.
A week later, we went back in with 24 armed militarized police, Kalashnikovs, PKM machine guns, all fully automatic, alongside our older SKS rifles. We swept the forest all day, found nothing. No arrows, no confrontation. We decided the bear man had likely fled after seeing us come in force the first time. A bow and arrow against that kind of firepower would be madness. We thought he'd simply moved on. He hadn't moved on. He was waiting.
About a week later, in the dead of night, 2 foresters staying in one of the northern sector cabins were woken up. One of them already awake, as luck would have it, by the sound of a glass bottle smashing against the wooden exterior. Then the burst of flames. He grabbed the fire extinguisher, but those old Soviet canisters were nearly useless, and the fire took hold fast. Both men got out, but the cabin was gone, and with it, the last of anyone's patience.
The militia came back in, twice the original numbers. A full company this time. And the bear man didn't wait them out. Around midday the following day, one of the militia officers was struck by an arrow through the meat of his shoulder. Not fatal, thank God.
But the sound of his screaming in that frozen autumn forest
was something none of us forgot quickly. The men around him opened fire into the trees, everywhere, anywhere. When the shooting stopped, no more arrows came, and when they searched the area, they found blood trails leading deeper into the forest. They followed those trails with dogs for hours until they found a dugout living space, reinforced with pine branches, hidden deep in the wilderness. The blood trails had ended some distance back. The bear man had treated his own wounds somewhere along the way. But despite the clear signs of occupation, the space was empty. He was gone. And after that, so was he. No more arrows, no more charms, no more fires in the night. We assumed he'd either died from his wounds somewhere deep in those trees, or he'd decided the odds had finally turned against him and left entirely. Either way, we were relieved in a way that's hard to put into words. We'd been at it for weeks, and any one of us could have been the one lying at the bottom of that pit. Years passed after that. The Iron Curtain came down, and overnight, as I said, our country disappeared. The jobs went with it. One by one, foresters drifted away, to Moscow, to Perm, to wherever work might exist. Some stayed and lived off the land, and off what little value the old money still had. I ended up being one of the ones who left for good. I won't pretend it was an easy decision. During the whole process, the visa, the packing, the goodbyes, I kept asking myself if I was doing the right thing. And then a former coworker still living and working in Yugva told me something that answered the question for me. On a routine tree count, deep in the park, one of the foresters had found another bear man's charm hanging from a branch. And this one looked brand new. I've never looked back. Not because I don't miss Russia. I do, deeply, certain parts of it. But because I understood then what I know now. There was never just one man out there in the dark furs and the bear's head. There were others. Perhaps many others. And it felt, and still feels, like only a matter of time before that same brutal struggle begins again, for whoever is still out there doing that job.
You know, I have thought about this night more times than I can count, and I still have no satisfying explanation for any of it. So let me just tell you what happened, as plainly as I can. There is a grocery store at the end of my street. It closes at 11, but if you go after 10, you tend to find some decent markdowns. And more importantly, you find almost no one else there. A couple of other quiet souls doing their shopping. A few staff restocking the shelves.
That is the kind of errand I prefer. In and out, no fuss. The walk is barely 5 minutes. I have done it dozens of times without a second thought. But that night, somewhere along the way, I became aware of a man behind me.
He was keeping a consistent distance, maybe 20 or 30 feet back, wearing a pale blue hoodie and white tracksuit trousers. When I slowed my pace, he found a reason to slow his. I told myself I was being foolish and kept walking. I went into the store, and standing at the far end of one of the aisles was a man in a pale blue hoodie and white tracksuit trousers. My first thought was that the man from outside had somehow gotten ahead of me, which was not possible because he had not passed me. My second thought, once I got a proper look, was that it was not the same man at all. Similar build, perhaps, but a different face. And yet dressed identically. I was still turning that over in my mind when I heard the front door open behind me. The first man had come in. He walked directly to where I was standing and stopped beside me, closer than was comfortable. Both of us apparently studying the same shelf of packaged nacho kits. There was no threat spoken, nothing I could have pointed to, but the proximity was deliberate, and it made the back of my neck feel strange. I moved further along the aisle. He followed, unhurried, as if we were simply shopping together.
The second man, meanwhile, had drifted toward the dairy section and appeared to be studying a block of cheese with great concentration. I turned into the next aisle. There was a third man. Same pale blue hoodie, same white trousers, standing in front of the breakfast cereals, not looking at anything in particular. I am not a small man. I am not the sort of person who startles easily, and I am not given to superstition. But I want to be honest with you. Something about these three men produced in me a feeling I cannot properly name. Not fear exactly, not yet. Something older than fear. A sense of wrongness. The way a room feels wrong when you cannot immediately identify what has been moved. What struck me as I watched them was that they showed absolutely no awareness of each other. They were not exchanging glances. There was no signal passing between them. They seemed for all the world like strangers who happened to share an unusual set of clothes. Near the checkouts, I saw the fourth. He was walking toward the second man, and I braced myself to watch them acknowledge one another. Instead, one of them stepped slightly into the other's path, and the other apologized. A polite, impersonal apology between two people who had never met. And yet underneath it, if I had to describe it, there was a faint and inexplicable friction, as though they actively disliked each other. I hung back. I waited. The four of them made their small purchases and left at separate intervals. 3 used the self-checkout. 1 went to the staffed till because he was buying cigarettes and a scratch card. They did not leave together. They barely looked at one another. I found myself at the checkout, being served by an older woman I recognized from previous visits. One of those familiar faces you see enough to smile at. Before I had said a word, she glanced around the now empty store, leaned slightly across the counter, and asked me in a low voice whether I had noticed those men, all dressed the same. I told her yes, I had noticed 4 of them. She shook her head and said, there had been 6 in total. 2 had come through and left before I had arrived. She said she was not a superstitious woman, and then she said they had given her the most unpleasant feeling she could remember having at work. I did not disagree. I asked if she had any explanation. She thought for a moment and offered that it was the Saturday after Black Friday, as though that might mean something. Neither of us could work out what it would mean, and I have not been able to find anything since. She almost urged me to take a cab home. I told her I was not going to pay for a taxi to travel 5 minutes around a corner, and I think she understood. But I will admit to you that those 5 minutes home felt considerably longer than they had any right to. I did not see any of them on the walk back. I have not seen them since. I have no tidy conclusion for you. 2 of them watched me closely enough that I felt it. 1 stayed at my side until, for some reason I never identified, he simply stopped. 2 seemed entirely uninterested in me, and 2 had already gone before I walked through the door. They were not in any uniform I have ever seen. They were not related, not by any obvious measure. They were different heights, different backgrounds, similar in age, and dressed in a way that no one coordinates by accident. I have no theory that holds together. I only know what I felt, and what the woman at the till felt, and that sometimes an experience does not resolve itself into an explanation, no matter how long you sit with it. That night I learned, very quietly, how easy it is to start seeing patterns, how quickly the mind moves toward meaning when the alternative is simply not knowing. The pale blue hoodie still catches my eye, even now. So this was 2015, my first Black Friday working security. I agreed to be there from opening. I will never do that again. Not because of the chaos. Well, yes, because of the chaos, but specifically because of the old man who came at me with a pickleball racket. We'll get to that. The day starts like every Black Friday starts. All the staff lined up near the entrance like riot police. Just standing there, waiting. I'm a security guard, so I'm right at the front. First line of defense. Through the glass doors, you can already see the crowd building. My coworker Darnell is standing next to me, and he's done this before, and even he looks tense. The outdoor staff are working hard to keep people from crushing each other before the doors even open. And I mean crushing, literally. That's the technical term, a crush. Where the density of a crowd becomes dangerous enough to kill people. At one point, I was convinced the front door glass was starting to crack. It wasn't, but I believed it. Then the doors open. A human ocean pours into that store. I won't name the store. I like being employed. But pick any large electronics retailer with footage of people losing their minds over flat screens and discounted sound systems, and it's one of those. Every type of person you can imagine came through those doors. Grandmothers with sharp elbows and sharper mouths. Big guys who were basically wrestling their way toward the toy section. People stacking 4 KTVs and UHD players like they were building a fort. The prices were genuinely obscene, I'll give them that. If I hadn't been working, I might have been right there in the scrum myself, fighting over some robot toy or whatever. But I was working. So instead, I was trying to funnel the crowd into the right aisles and stop soccer moms from throwing hands at strangers. I'm pretty sure there were a couple of people live streaming the whole thing. Here are some things that actually happened that day. 2 older men got into a fight over a bowling ball. One of them swung the ball into the other one's knee.
That man's knee did not recover from that.
That's a life-altering injury over a discounted bowling ball.
In the kitchen section, a woman got into it with another customer over the last blender on the shelf. She grabbed the display model and tried to knock the other woman out with it. She twisted her own wrist.
The other woman grabbed the blender and walked away with it. So that plan failed on every level.
2 customers got trampled. One of them broke an arm. And then, possibly the most unhinged thing I witnessed that day, 2 grown men got into a full fist fight over Magic the Gathering cards and proceeded to throw each other into the shelving units until an entire aisle of children's toys and games was destroyed.
Just gone. Christmas presents wrecked. Because 2 adults could not share a card game. It might sound funny written out like that. I know it does. But sit with it for a second.
A man's knee was permanently damaged because of a bowling ball and a bargain. An entire aisle of kids' gifts got trashed because of a card dispute. If that blender had shattered against someone's face, we'd be talking about a very different story. After the sale, the cops told us that if we hadn't been there, people would have died. And based on what I saw, I believe them. We actually lost more merchandise to damage than we sold that day. That experience put me in therapy, genuinely. I needed someone to help me believe that most people aren't like that. I'm still working on it.
So when you see those videos online, the ones that look like comedy clips,
just remember those aren't strangers in some distant parking lot. Those are your neighbors, your co-workers, people you know, and they will absolutely swing a 4K monitor at your head if it saves them $20 on a gaming console. Be careful out there on Black Friday. And if you're going after a rare Charizard or some limited edition action figure, just know I already called dibs. So, yes, buckle up, because this is the story of how I lost the love of my life in a shopping mall in Bangkok. And no, before you ask, he did not just wander off to look at sneakers. This was a few years back now, high summer, which in Bangkok means the kind of heat that makes you question every life decision that led you to be standing outside in it. My boyfriend at the time, Dario, his name was Dario, had surprised me with this trip. We'd both grown up in pretty rough parts of Colombia, Medellin specifically, and the idea of flying somewhere and just being tourists, being the kind of people who get to wander around air-conditioned malls and pretend the world is clean and safe and full of nice things, that was genuinely the dream for us. Our version of Disneyland, except with better food and more aggressive humidity. Dario was protective.
lovely but protective. The kind of man who would subtly steer you away from a dark alley while making it seem completely casual. Like, oh, we're just choosing to walk this way. No reason. Definitely no reason. He was deeply careful about keeping us together, rarely letting us separate for long. And honestly, I found it endearing rather than suffocating, because I understood where it came from. We'd both seen things. You grow up where we grew up. You develop a certain awareness of the world that the tourists around you simply don't have.
Now, the night before all of this, our guide, a local man who'd been recommended to us, had taken us somewhere extraordinary. There's a shrine tucked away in the jungle outside the city, not listed in any official guide,
The kind of place you only hear about if someone trusts you enough to mention it. It was a shrine to Santa Muerte. You might know her, La Santa Muerte, Our Lady of Holy Death. She's complicated. She's controversial. She's everywhere back home in Colombia and across Latin America, and people have enormous feelings about her. Some see her as sacred. Some see her as the patron saint of those the cartels have dragged into the darkness.
Some see her as the only one who will listen when everyone else has looked away. We made our offerings. We lit candles.
And within 24 hours,
I never saw Dario again. The mall was one of those enormous Bangkok shopping centers, the kind that seems to go on forever across multiple floors. Gleaming white floors, everything from designer handbags to phone accessories, to the most incredible vinyl record stalls I've ever seen in my life. Dario and I didn't have a lot of money to actually spend. We were window shopping, really. Trying on things we couldn't afford, picking up iPhones and pretending to consider them seriously, holding records up and saying we'd come back for that one.
it was joyful. It was genuinely, properly joyful. In a way I don't fully know how to explain to someone who's never had to work that hard, just to feel ordinary.
And then Dario said he needed to find a bathroom. First time all day we'd thought about separating. And I spotted a lingerie store nearby and thought, well, this is convenient timing, actually. So off he went, and off I went, and I got completely absorbed in the whole thing, marveling, as one does, at the absolutely staggering prices attached to truly minimal amounts of fabric.
It's remarkable, isn't it? A scrap of lace the size of a generous napkin, and they want how much for that?
I settled eventually on a nightgown. Tasteful, elegant,
Something nice.
The sales clerk was very helpful, and I was feeling quietly pleased with myself as I stepped back out into the mall. No Dario. Fine, I thought. Bathrooms take time.
I waited. I wandered a little. I came back. I called his phone and heard nothing. And then I walked to the bathrooms and stood outside the men's room calling his name through the doorway, which, yes, I am aware of how that looked.
People were staring. One woman actually physically steered her child away from me. I get it. But there was no reply. And eventually, because I was past caring about dignity, I checked that the corridor was as empty as it was going to get, and I just went in.
All the stalls were open. All empty.
I was standing there in a men's bathroom in a Bangkok shopping mall, calling Dario's name into the echo when an older gentleman came in. European, white hair, the full look of absolute bafflement, and said something in German that I can only assume translated to, "What on earth?" I grabbed my bag, said something about cleaning, and left. Mall security, to their credit, eventually took me seriously.
It helped that I told a small lie, that we'd noticed someone following us earlier in the day,
which made them move faster and look. I'm not proud of it, but I needed them to move faster. The cameras showed Dario walking toward the bathroom corridor. And then, simply, he was never seen leaving. They checked everything.
the women's room, the service areas, and what they found was a bathroom window, open, looking out onto a side street, sitting directly in the blind spot of every outdoor camera they had. Clean blind spot. Suspicious blind spot, you might say, if you were the suspicious type, which I very much am.
The detectives I spoke to afterwards were kind. And by kind, I mean they were trying not to let me see them assuming he'd just left me. I could see it in the way they looked at each other when I mentioned that Dario had recently proposed. That little glance. The silent conversation that said, "Oh, he got cold feet and climbed out a window. Poor woman."
Classic. And I would have dismissed my own fears. Truly, I would have. Except that I started researching. Cases of people vanishing from public places, always cleanly, always in a way designed to look like a choice they made, like they walked away on their own. I read one case that I cannot get out of my head, involving a woman who disappeared from a market and was found later. Found in a way I won't fully describe, but suffice to say her body had been used to move product across a border. The things people do.
The things people are reduced to by other people's greed. So now every night I replay it. Someone came through that window, or was already in there waiting. Maybe they've been watching us since the shrine, or since the airport, or since somewhere else entirely. They incapacitated Dario. They moved him out through the window in the time it took me to purchase a lace nightgown. And from there, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Maybe he's alive somewhere, working under duress, waiting for a chance that doesn't come. Maybe something worse. Maybe Santa Muerte, if she heard our prayers at all, made sure it was quick. Or, and here is the thing that I pray for every single night, which tells you everything about the alternative. Maybe Dario really did just decide in that bathroom that he didn't want to marry me, and climbed out the window rather than have that conversation. If I found out tomorrow that that's what happened, I think I'd laugh. I think I'd actually laugh and then probably cry quite a lot. But mostly I think I'd be so relieved I wouldn't even be angry. I would find that man wherever he was and I would say, "Thank you for being alive, you absolute coward. Thank you." But I don't think that's what happened. And that's what I live with.
So there's a couple of stories here, and they kind of go together in a weird way. So just bear with me. First one starts at a grocery store where I did my onboarding. You know the drill. They sit you down, make you watch some video that's half stuff you already know and half stuff that doesn't actually help you. But one thing stuck with me, and it was the bit about not confronting shoplifters. Just let them walk out with whatever they're stealing and call the cops.
Don't be a hero. I already knew that, really, but knowing it and believing it in the moment are two very different things.
Because if I see someone stealing something, everything in me wants to step in and make their day a lot worse. That's just how I'm wired. The video basically said, look, they could be armed, they could be dangerous. Your life is worth more than a tin of sardines.
And I thought, yeah, fair enough. I'm not dying for a company that'd forget my name before they'd finish writing the sympathy card. So I kept my head down. I was a shelf stalker. We all were. You do your job, you go home, you repeat. That's how you survive a minimum wage gig. Then along came a guy we all called Doc. Real name was something like Warren, which I guess wasn't exciting enough for him. Definitely not a doctor. I don't think he even finished community college. But Doc watched those same training videos and came back to the rest of us shaking his head like he'd just seen something personally offensive. No way was he letting people steal from right under his nose, he told us. And we said, "Sure thing, Doc. Wait until you're face to face with some enormous guy stealing a can of beans. See how heroic that feels." He said those people ought to just get jobs like the rest of us, which was a bit rich coming from someone who only got hired because his uncle was the assistant manager, but okay. So Doc spent the following weeks and then months on the lookout, just itching to catch someone in the act. The real shoplifters who came through got handled by security, which drove Doc absolutely mad. He wanted his moment. And eventually, his moment arrived. She was a tiny old woman. Turned out she was in her 80s,
Walking around with a cane, taking her sweet time going up and down the aisles, picking up items, putting most of them back. Very normal old lady behavior. She put a few things in her basket, some bread, some tinned soup, the usual. But then, while Doc and I were watching her, she slipped a small can of sardines into her handbag. And that was it for Doc.
That was his nemesis. That was what he'd been waiting for. I told him we had to wait until she left the store to prove intent. I told him there were good reasons the policy existed. He looked at me like I'd said something embarrassing and told me I didn't mess with Doc. And then he walked straight over to this tiny old woman and told her, flat out, that he'd seen her steal the sardines and that she needed to come with him to the security office. Like he had any authority to do that whatsoever. The old woman looked at him, just kind of studied him for a second, almost like she felt sorry for him. Then she reached into her handbag. I was hoping she'd pull out the sardines, act confused, maybe pretend it was all a misunderstanding. But no. What she pulled out was a butcher's knife, full size. I have no idea how it fit in there.
She yelled something like, "You'll never take us alive, officers!" And then, with a speed and force that made no sense coming from this small, elderly woman, she drove that knife straight into Doc's chest. He went down. She said something under her breath that none of us caught. And then she bolted for the exit at a pace I genuinely still cannot explain.
By the time any of us thought to do anything, she was already gone, out into the car park and into the night. We weren't thinking about her after that. We were all around Doc, keeping pressure on the wound, calling the paramedics, calling the police. The blade had just nicked his heart. A centimeter or two to the left, and that would have been the end of Doc. He survived, barely, and spent a long time in recovery.
And the old woman? Never caught. Security footage was strange. Some people thought maybe it wasn't actually an old woman at all, just someone dressed like one.
Honestly, I've never fully made sense of it. What I do know is that Doc never tried to confront a shoplifter again. Okay. Second story. Same night, actually. It was Black Friday. Everything was dark and damp outside, that kind of bone-cold late autumn evening, where the wind cuts right through you, and the parking lots all look like battlefields. The Target nearby apparently was a war zone. I didn't envy anyone working cleanup over there the next morning. But I wasn't at the grocery store anymore by this point. I was managing a gas station. Black Friday doesn't mean much at a gas station. You just make sure the hot dogs are rolling, the magazines are stocked, and the shotgun behind the counter is where it's supposed to be. That's more or less the whole job. That night it was just me and Bad Charlie. Charlie was a sweetheart. Genuinely one of the kindest people I've ever worked with. He called himself Bad Charlie because, as he'd explained to anyone who asked, his brain was a little bad. Nowadays you'd use different language, but that was his word for himself, and he was proud of it. Charlie was mopping the floor, and I was deciding whether it was time to put fresh hot dogs on the roller. It was. So I'm grabbing a garbage bag to toss the old ones, when this older fellow comes up to me and asks if I'm throwing them out. I said yes. He asked if he could have a couple. I said sure, offered him buns. He said yeah, that's how you do a hot dog. A little bit sassy, but whatever. Free hot dogs, man. Take them and be grateful. So I set him up at the condiment station and went back to some admin work on our ancient computer. About 10 minutes later, Bad Charlie comes and tugs my sleeve.
He said we had a problem.
Usually with Charlie, it was something like a mouse he'd spotted and didn't want to see hurt. But this time, he had a point. The old man had created a genuine disaster at the condiment station. Sauce everywhere. Mustard, ketchup, relish, all of it smeared across the counter and dripping down the front. Charlie had spent half an hour cleaning that station before his shift, and now it looked like a crime scene. And I was annoyed because those were free hot dogs. I'd done this guy a favor. I figured he'd already left, but no, he was still there, and now he was storming up to the counter with a hot dog in each hand, telling me they were overcooked garbage.
Which, sure, they were old hot dogs I was about to throw away, that he asked for free. Charlie was asking me what was going on, and I didn't really have the patience to explain. I just told the old man that if he wasn't satisfied, he was welcome to show me his receipt, and I'd sort out a refund right away. He yelled something I won't repeat, and then he threw both hot dogs at me. One of them sailed past my head and hit the motivational poster on the back wall. It was one of those hang in there things, except the cat on it had been drawn over to look like a zombie dangling from a noose. Long story. The other hot dog hit me square in the face, sauce down my cheeks, wiener at my feet. I was honestly too surprised to react. But Charlie was not. He grabbed the old man by the shirt and started telling him that wasn't very nice, and you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. And then the front door burst open, and a woman came rushing in out of the cold, clutching a box with an MP3 player inside. She was out of breath, looking over her shoulder, and she asked if she could hide there for a minute, because she'd gotten a last cheap one at the Black Friday sale, and now there were people coming after her for it. Normally I'd say yes, but I still had this hot dog guy in the station, and I didn't really want to lock the doors with him inside. Charlie seemed to make a decision. He grabbed the old man, walked him to the front door, pushed him outside, and then pointed at him and yelled something like, "This guy stole that lady's MP3 player. Someone help her." Within about 30 seconds, 5 or 6 people came sprinting over from the direction of the target. The old man took one look at them and ran. Charlie locked the door. We stood there watching through the glass as an angry mob chased this hot dog guy off into the dark and the cold until he disappeared around a corner. I went to clean up. Charlie explained what had happened to the woman with the MP3 player. She was shaking, genuinely scared. Said she believed those people would have hurt her if we hadn't pointed them somewhere else. Part of me felt a little bad about the old man getting chased out into a cold November night by a crowd. The part of me that still had mustard drying on my face felt considerably less bad about it. Charlie felt like a hero for about a week after that, which honestly was worth it on its own. Not the worst Black Friday I've had, but that one's a story for another time. 5. I'm not able to rewrite this story. It depicts the sexual exploitation and coercion of a young woman, including the taking of non-consensual explicit photographs, and the narrative frames vigilante violence and ongoing blackmail as acceptable responses rather than reporting the abuse. Reformatting or adapting this content, even with changed names and details, would still produce a story that depicts sexual coercion and abuse in graphic terms, which isn't something I can help with regardless of the framing or tone requested. If you have a different story you'd like converted into a warm, conversational transcript, I'm glad to help with that. You know that feeling when you watch a work training video and you're sitting there thinking, yeah, okay, I get it. I'm not an idiot. That was me, day one, new apron, fresh name tag, absolutely losing my mind over a 40-minute onboarding video at a grocery store. The whole thing was exactly as riveting as you'd imagine. Don't do this, don't do that. Here's how to stack a tin without causing a structural collapse.
Congratulations, you're basically a professional now. But here's the thing. One part of that video actually stuck with me. And not because it was revolutionary wisdom or anything. It was just this very firm, very serious segment about shoplifters. Don't confront them. Don't engage. Let them walk out with the goods and then call the police. The video was very passionate about this. Something like, under no circumstances put yourself in harm's way. The individual may be armed. They may be dangerous. Your life is worth considerably more than a tin of sardines. This is not the Apple Store. And look, I already knew this in the abstract, but knowing something and actually doing it, completely different experience. Because if I see someone stuffing merchandise into their coat, my entire body wants to become a superhero. I want to be like Ricky Ray, my favorite YouTube personality, and the closest thing I have to a male role model. I want to stride over there and make things happen. The video had to basically talk me down off a ledge of my own ego. Fine, I accepted it. Not dying for a company that would forget my name before the flowers at my funeral had wilted. I kept my head down, did my shifts, stocked my shelves, and maintained what I would generously describe as a peaceful indifference to anything that wasn't my department. And then along came Reggie. Reggie was not a doctor. He was not even close to being a doctor. He had no advanced degree of any kind as far as I could tell, but he called himself Reg Doc because apparently his actual name, Wendell, didn't carry the energy he was going for. He'd gotten the job because his uncle was the floor supervisor, which Reg Doc somehow never acknowledged while criticizing other people's work ethic. That kind of guy. Reg Doc watched the same training video the rest of us watched.
Came back from it practically vibrating. "There is no way," he announced, "that I am standing around watching people steal right in front of me." And we all looked at him with that very specific expression that retail workers share, which roughly translates to, "Buddy, wait until you meet the 6'5" biker who wants a free can of beans and would genuinely enjoy the conversation going sideways." But Reg Doc was committed. He had appointed himself unofficial loss prevention. He was on a mission. Weeks passed, then a couple of months. The actual security staff handled the handful of real incidents, and Reg Doc had been denied his moment every single time. He was getting restless. And then she walked in. She looked to be in her 80s, maybe older. Tiny, moving slowly with a wooden walking stick, stopping to look at things the way people do when they have all the time in the world and no particular place to be. She put a few items in her basket. Canned peaches, I think. Some crackers. The usual. Reg Doc and I were both nearby, and I had completely stopped paying attention because there was absolutely nothing here requiring attention. Except then this elderly woman reached over, picked up a small tin of sardines, and slipped it into her handbag. I saw Reg Doc's entire face change. This was it. This was the moment he'd been building toward. I tried. I genuinely tried. I reminded him you have to wait for someone to actually exit the store before you've got anything on them. I told him there were very good reasons the video said what it said. I may have used the phrase, "Please don't do this," at some point. He looked at me like I'd suggested he skip his own championship game. "You don't mess with Reg Doc," he said, and walked straight over to her. Now, I want to be fair. There was no tactful way to do what he was attempting. But Reg Doc did not even aim for tactful. He walked up to this woman, this slight elderly woman with her walking stick and her basket of crackers,
and he said, clear as anything, "I saw you take those sardines. I think you need to come with me to the office." As if he had an office. As if any of this was his jurisdiction. The woman looked at him for a moment.
And I want to say there was something almost pitying in that look, though I may be reading that in afterwards. Then she reached into her handbag. I was hopeful, genuinely, that she was going to pull out the sardines, that she was going to say it was a mistake, and everyone was going to awkwardly go back to their lives. What she actually pulled out was a butcher's knife, a large one. She said something. I can't quote it precisely, but it was in the ballpark of, "You'll never take me alive," which I understand is more of an expression, but she did not appear to be using it as one. And then, with a speed that made absolutely no physical sense for someone of her apparent age and build, she drove that knife into Reg Doc's chest. And then she ran, faster than I have ever seen an octogenarian move, straight out through the exit and into the parking lot. The next few minutes were not something I process very clearly in memory. There was a lot of pressure on a wound, a lot of shouting, paramedics, police. Reg Doc survived. Barely. The blade had caught the edge of his heart, and the surgeon apparently told him that a centimeter further, and it would have been a very different outcome. The woman was never found. The security footage was strange, genuinely strange, in ways that I don't entirely know how to explain. And there was some suggestion that maybe the person on camera wasn't who they appeared to be. Honestly, I have thought about it many times, and I still don't have a satisfying answer. What I do have is a very deep and personal respect for corporate training videos. Specifically the part about not engaging with shoplifters. Because you simply do not know. You never know. And the sardines are never worth it.
So I've been at this CVS for over 30 years now, okay? 30 years. And in all that time, I have seen some things. But this one still gets me. And it didn't even happen to me directly. It happened to a colleague. And I have to tell you about it. Because it is one of the most disgusting things I have ever witnessed unfold in slow motion over the course of several weeks. So her name was Jenna. Jenna was new, maybe 19 years old, studying microbiology at the local university, just picking up a few shifts a week at the pharmacy checkout to help pay for things. And look, checkout staff at a pharmacy do have a little bit of medical training, enough to point people in the right direction, enough to hand over a prepared prescription, recommend an over-the-counter product. But if something's serious, they're supposed to come find me or one of my pharmacist colleagues. That's the system. Simple. Now, one afternoon, this middle-aged man comes up to Jenna's register. I actually recognized him from before. He'd come in a handful of times with his wife, and I was pretty sure there were 2 little boys in tow at some point. This time he was alone. He told Jenna he had a rash on his upper thigh. Said it was really irritating him. Couldn't stop thinking about it. And this is where Jenna, being young and new and genuinely just trying to be helpful, made a small mistake. He said he'd taken some photos on his phone, said it would be less embarrassing than pulling up his trouser leg right there at the counter. And she said, "Okay, fine, show me." She figured out from the photo that it looked like a contact allergy of some kind, recommended an antihistamine cream, told him to keep an eye on it. And honestly, that's not even a terrible call. She did okay.
About a week passes. He's back. He says the cream helped at first, but now it's stopped working. He's taken a new photo to show how things look currently.
And Jenna thinks, all right, that tracks. Maybe he needs a slightly stronger formulation. She'd actually mentioned that as a possibility to him the first time. So she agrees to look again. And this time, as she told me later, and I could see she was still mortified even recounting it. This time, the photo was angled just slightly differently. And off to the right side of the frame, you could see just a small sliver. Just the edge of things that should not have been in frame. She kept her composure somehow. Went red as a beet, apparently, but held it together. Recommended the stronger cream. Sent him on his way. Now here is where I start paying attention. Because a couple weeks after that, he shows up again. And something's nagging at me. Something I'd half noticed before, but hadn't really clocked. Which is that this guy consistently appears on the days when Jenna is working. Not when I'm at the counter. Not when any of my colleagues are there. When Jenna is there. And she only worked a handful of hours a week, so the odds of that being a coincidence were getting very thin. I'm watching from inside the pharmacy, and I can see her face just go completely red. And I can see her trying to keep it neutral. And then I hear this guy actually lean forward and make some comment about whether his bare leg was making her uncomfortable. Something along those lines. Kind of a smirk in his voice. I made a note to speak to her after he left. And when I did, she told me everything. She told me the photos had been getting progressively more revealing each visit, and she hadn't really known what to do or how to say something about it. And I was furious, genuinely furious. But she also said to me, you know, it's possible on some phones that the full image is wider than what displays on screen, that you can accidentally capture more than you realize.
And I told her, Jenna, I think you're being very generous with this man, and I want you to be careful. Then he comes back. His rash, naturally, has returned. He tells her he's tried to photograph it as carefully as possible, but he really needs to show the whole area to get proper advice. And she looks at the phone and full picture, all of it. And the one detail that she noticed in that moment that finally made everything click was that the rash, the little square patch of irritated skin that had apparently been plaguing this man for weeks, was exactly the same size and shape it had always been. It had not changed at all. Because it was not a real rash. It was a piece of tape. And Jenna, honestly, I'm so proud of how she handled this. She didn't flinch. She looked up at him very calmly and said she was seriously concerned, that what she was seeing indicated a possible risk of permanent loss of function, and that she needed to get the pharmacist involved immediately. He panicked. He said, No, it's fine. Don't do that. It's not a big deal. You don't need to bother anyone.
But Jenna raised her voice just enough and called out to me that she had a customer who needed urgent attention. And I came straight out. I asked him to show me the photo. He refused. I said, I find it interesting that you're comfortable showing my 20-year-old colleague, but not me. And I've seen everything in my 30 years here. There's nothing that would surprise me. And he started fumbling. Couldn't get a word out straight. Had no answer. I fully expected him to just turn and walk out and never come back. Instead, he reached over, grabbed a bottle of cold and flu syrup off the nearest shelf,
and hurled it at the counter. It shattered, syrup everywhere, and he ran for the door while people were startled and stepping back. I genuinely do not know what he thought that was going to achieve.
Some kind of distraction? Because what he apparently forgot is that he was a registered customer of our pharmacy. We had his full name, his address, his date of birth, the names of his family members on file. We called the police, and they told us that the photo situation on its own might have been difficult to prosecute. He could have argued accidental framing, innocent mistake, all of that.
But the moment he threw that bottle,
That implied conscious intent. That gave us something to work with. Charges were pressed. His wife found out the full story, and he ended up on the registry. He wanted to intimidate a young woman at a pharmacy counter.
What he actually did was hand us everything we needed. Funny how that works. There's a smell I still associate with that night. The plastic and carpet smell of the shop floor after hours, when the lights go half dim and everything gets very still. I used to love it, actually. The quiet before the madness. I had made myself a deal with management years before. I wouldn't work Black Friday itself. Couldn't face it, all those people, all that urgency. But I'd come in the evening before and help set things up. Get the displays right. Make the place look like it meant something. Back then, a sale actually meant something. You'd plan for it. It wasn't just another notification on your phone. So there were 3 of us that evening, and I was building this pyramid of DVD player boxes near the far aisle when I heard it. A sound from the kitchen appliance section. A refrigerator door. Opening and closing. I could see both my colleagues from where I was standing, and neither of them was anywhere near there. I chose to ignore it. That's always the part I think about afterwards. I moved on to a stereo display. Then one of my colleagues, Sarah, she came over, looking a little pale, and said she thought she'd spotted someone else in the store. Over by the cameras and camcorders. A 4th person, just standing there. We went to look. Nobody. But one of the display cameras was off angle, like someone had handled it. I rewound the footage, not really expecting anything. And there he was. A man. Heavy glasses, thick mustache, staring straight into the lens like he'd startled himself. A few seconds, and then nothing. The display unit wasn't set to record timestamps, so we had no idea when it had been taken. Then the stockroom door opened on its own, creaked wide, then slammed shut. The 3 of us just looked at each other. We didn't go in. We did the sensible thing, the cowardly sensible thing, and locked it from the outside. Then looked through the small window. He was sitting in the corner, pajamas, sleeping bag rolled out on the floor beside him. He'd planned to spend the night there so he could be first in line when we opened in the morning, without ever having left. There was something almost, almost pitiable about it in a strange way. Until the police came and went through his things. He had taken one of the camcorders from the shelf. I hadn't even noticed it was gone. And what was on it, what he'd recorded in those quiet hours before we found him, was footage taken from under the bathroom stall doors. Of me. Of my colleague. Both of us. Without any idea. I'm not going to say much more about that part. I don't really need to. We pressed every charge available to us. It went to court. The footage was played back, which I found.
I'll just say I found that very difficult and leave it there. But he was convicted, and he was gone for a decent stretch of time. That was years ago now. I don't know where he is. I try not to think about whether I might walk past him somewhere one day without knowing it. I still don't work Black Fridays.
So, okay, I want to preface this by saying that I know I made a mistake. And I think that's actually kind of important context for the whole thing. It was Black Friday 2019. And yeah, we were at 7-Eleven. So you might be wondering what Black Friday even looks like at a convenience store. Honestly, same. We weren't doing anything wild, a few things on sale, nothing worth writing home about.
But the year before, we'd done this bring your own cup deal for unlimited Slurpee refills, and apparently nobody had gotten the memo that we weren't doing it again this year. So part of the night was just gently explaining that to people, over and over, which is its own thing, but the store was absolutely slammed.
Like embarrassingly busy for a 7-Eleven at weird hours on a November night. And I should say, I've worked Black Friday at Target and at Best Buy. I have seen things. I have watched a fully grown adult nearly weep over a television. I thought, a gas station on Black Friday?
This'll be nothing. This'll be chill.
I was wrong. So it was just me, my coworker Bugs, and this other coworker named Janelle. I should mention, and this is only a little bit relevant, I had kind of a thing for Janelle at the time.
Which will matter later in a slightly embarrassing way. For now, just keep it in the back of your mind. The three of us were running around basically non-stop, and at some point earlier in the night, I'd gone out back to deal with some flattened cardboard boxes, and I just didn't lock the back door behind me. I fully intended to. I just got pulled back into the chaos immediately, and it slipped my mind completely. I want to be upfront about that because I really can't tell this story honestly without owning that part of it. So the store is finally quiet around 4 a.m, like genuinely empty the way it usually is that late. And I'm thinking, okay,
We survived. And then Janelle goes to the back to restock some Cheetos, and she calls me in. Not panicked exactly, but with a kind of, you need to come see this energy that I didn't totally understand yet. I go back there, and sitting in the corner of our little storage room, kind of nestled into it honestly, is this enormous man. And I mean, enormous. He'd taken off his coat and his sweater at some point, so he's just in shorts and this dirty white undershirt. And he is surrounded by an amount of junk food that is genuinely hard to fully describe. Twinkies, Takis, beef jerky, the kind of thing you'd see in a gas station nightmare. And there are warm energy drink cans, Red Bull, Monster, just sort of scattered around him. He'd been drinking them warm. He'd made himself a little situation in the back of our storeroom. And his face, half of it was a deep blue from talkie dust, like craft chalk powder, the kind you find in novelty items sometimes. I still don't fully understand how or why, but that's the image. This huge, half-blue man surrounded by snack wrappers in the corner of our back room at 4 a.m. I didn't really know what to say, so I said the thing I said, which was, "Hey, buddy, you know you've got to pay for all of that." And he just looked up at me, and I could see it. The exact moment it registered that this food had not, in fact, been free. There was this pause. This long, slow blink. And then he stood up, and the chalk dust sort of drifted off him, and he pointed at me,
this big, kind of theatrical finger, and he said, "And how exactly do you expect me to explain this to my wife?" I want to be clear. He had walked into our store through an unlocked back door that I had failed to lock. He had eaten a truly significant volume of our product, and he was asking me, with genuine grievance in his voice, how he was going to explain this to his wife.
As though I was the one who had put him in a difficult position with his family. I tried to be reasonable. I told him that if he could pay for what he'd eaten, we could probably keep it simple and not make a big deal out of it. He said that didn't work for him. What followed was a negotiation that I am still not sure how to categorize.
He proposed first that we declare him the winner of our Black Friday sweepstakes.
We did not have a Black Friday sweepstakes. Second, he offered to go halves with me personally, and if I paid for half, he could just about manage the other half. And I just, no. And then the third thing he suggested, I'm not going to repeat in detail, but it involved Janelle, and it was not appropriate, and I am someone who is capable of being measured and professional in difficult situations. But that was the moment I stopped being measured and professional.
I said something unkind to him about where he could put his talkies, and told Janelle to call the police and let Bugs know what was happening. And Janelle gave me this look, and I will not pretend I wasn't pleased about the look. I was. I felt, in that moment, like I had handled things. And then 300 pounds of chalk-dusted, junk food-fueled man came charging at me at a speed I was completely unprepared for. It sounds almost funny to say, but it was alarming. He hit me with his whole stomach, essentially, and I just sort of bounced sideways into a stack of toilet paper rolls. Charmin, I think. It was soft. It could have been worse. He burst out of the storage room, and I scrambled after him, and I heard Janelle shout something, and then there was this tremendous crash from the back hallway. The specific sound of someone hitting a door they believed to be open. Bugs had locked the back door. And Bugs, I don't know why we called him Bugs, I genuinely never found out, but he was this absolutely massive guy, the kind of person who looks like they fix motorcycles for fun, and probably do. Bugs had heard enough of what was happening that he'd come around and locked up, and then he was just standing there when this man charged head first into the door and bounced backwards, and Bugs put him on the ground and held him there until the police arrived. Calm as anything. The three of us did get a little talking to afterward. There was no camera footage of the back door, and we all sort of agreed not to get into specifics about who exactly had left it unlocked. The area manager gave us a lecture about mindfulness and security. It was fine. The man himself, and here's the part that I think about sometimes, he didn't end up with a breaking and entering charge. Since the door was unlocked, that apparently complicated things, and it got reduced to shoplifting, which became a fine and a suspended sentence. And the thing I'd assumed, that he was unhoused, turned out to be wrong. He had a wife. He had kids. He had a job, apparently a stressful one. And he'd been having trouble sleeping and had started taking Ambien. And from what I understand, the whole event was being partially attributed to some kind of Ambien episode, a stress and sleep medication thing that had apparently been affecting him in ways he wasn't fully aware of. I don't know what to make of that, honestly. I genuinely feel for him in a way that's hard to explain. At the same time, I left a door unlocked, and a very large man ate a lot of our inventory, and then tried to tackle me into the toilet paper. And I think there was probably more going on there than just Ambien. Some people just really want the talkies. So most families have Thanksgiving traditions, right? Some of them are cute, some of them are weird,
And some of them are just flat out strange. I know this because I fell down a rabbit hole on one of those family forums online a few years back. This was maybe 2014, 2015, and I was going to share my own family's tradition in the comments, but I just couldn't do it. I didn't want to be the person who nuked the whole vibe of that thread. So here we are instead. Look, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. My dad is a goofball. An absolute, genuine, card-carrying goofball. And I say that with all the love in the world because he would be the very first person to agree with me. The man just has a gift for getting himself into situations. Like the time he managed to tick off a waitress at an Applebee's. To this day, none of us know exactly how. Or when he nearly tanked a big deal at his job because he forwarded one of those minion memes to the client they were trying to bring on. You know the ones, with the little yellow guys and the fake inspirational quotes. Yeah, that kind of guy. And his sense of humor, oh Lord. He once decided to prank my mom on April Fool's Day by telling her he'd been cheating and wanted a divorce. Except the clown miscounted the days, pulled it on the morning of March 31st, and Mom had absolutely zero reason in the world to think it was a joke. He spent about 2 weeks digging himself out of that hole. So you get the picture. Lovable. Funny to us, mostly because he fails at being funny, but lovable. Now, here's where Thanksgiving comes in. For as long as I can remember, we had this old electric carving knife. One of those serrated ones. Looked like it came out of a garage sale in 1987. Blunt as a spoon from years of use. And every single Thanksgiving, before he carved the turkey, Dad would do this bit. He'd lay the flat of the blade across his palm and make a big show out of how the knife couldn't cut him. The little kids would lose their minds. He'd ham it up, really sell the whole superhuman skin thing. And then, for the big finale, he'd flick the switch on the knife, which wasn't plugged in, so nothing would happen. And everyone would groan, and the rest of us would have to explain to the children why they absolutely should not try this themselves. Stupid bit. Classic dad bit. Did it every year. So this one year, the old knife finally gave out, and Mom replaced it. She told him. She told him more than once. She said, "Do not do the trick this year." Made him promise. What she apparently did not do, and I think about this a lot, was explain to him exactly why. Because here's the thing about modern electric carving knives. The serrated blades on those things are a completely different animal. Sharp doesn't even cover it. People genuinely underestimate how sharp they are. But Dad had made his calculations. In his head, it didn't matter because the knife wasn't plugged in anyway. He'd just be a little careful. That was his logic, which, yes, he explained to all of us after the fact. So, picture this. Thanksgiving. Probably 15 people crammed around the dining room table. Everybody hungry, everybody happy, ready to eat. Dad picks up the new carving knife to do the opening ceremony. We all see what's coming. Eyes start rolling around the table. He presses the blade to his wrist. And then Dad yells the F word at full volume. Because even being careful, that new blade cuts right into him. Just like that. And the pain makes his other hand seize up, fingers clenching. Except the knife isn't plugged in, so it's fine, right? Except it wasn't a plug-in knife. It was rechargeable. Fully charged. Sitting in the charger all week. His finger hits the switch. I don't think I need to describe in great detail what happened next. We all watched it. The knife did what very sharp electric carving knives do when pressed against human flesh. His hand came off. Dad just kind of stood there, staring at it. Pale, swaying a little. Lifts his arm up kind of instinctively, and leaves the hand sitting there on the table. Blood everywhere. On the food, on the tablecloth, on the people. Everyone is screaming except Dad, who has gone somewhere very quiet in his head. I'm the one who snapped out of it first. The knife is still running, embedded in the table, and I reach through everything. I don't even want to think about it, and shut it off. Then I grab Dad's hand off the table, get it into a bag of ice from the kitchen, and somebody else is working on getting Dad himself to focus and stay upright. People are calling 911. Someone saying the ambulance will take too long. It's chaos.
So I drag my father out to my car, get him into the back seat, put the bag in the passenger seat, and I drive. Fast. And here's the part I will never forget as long as I live. Dad could barely put 2 words together the whole ride. But somewhere on that drive to the ER, he manages to look up at me and he goes, "Thanks for giving me a hand, baby girl."
I genuinely considered pulling over.
They couldn't save the hand. Too much nerve damage from the cut. When Mom got to the hospital, she insisted on coming up with a better story about how it happened. I've blocked out the details, and I'm pretty sure nobody believed a word of it. So Dad has one hand now. His left, thankfully, and he's right-handed. And every Thanksgiving since, without fail, he raises a toast and says, "At least it wasn't my useful hand." That's his tradition now. That's what we do instead. He tells strangers a shark bit it off.
He has a prosthetic hand. And yes, obviously, absolutely, he uses that prosthetic hand for dad jokes every chance he gets. The best one was last Thanksgiving. My daughter brought her boyfriend over for the first time. They're seniors in high school. Sweet kid, clearly nervous. Dad walks up behind him, sets the prosthetic hand down on the poor boy's lap and goes, "This is what happens to the last guy who got handsy with my granddaughter."
Now, my daughter and I had tipped him off in advance. So this kid, cool as anything, picks up the prosthetic hand, turns around, and shakes it. "Very pleased to meet you, sir." I think he's a keeper. I want to tell you something that happened last Thanksgiving. My first one alone, actually. I'd moved across the country that year and couldn't get back home, so it was just me. My dad and my stepmother set up a video call the night before. They tried. It helped a little. But I still woke up on Thanksgiving morning feeling pretty hollow. I decided I was going to volunteer at a soup kitchen nearby. I'd gone in the week before and asked if they needed an extra pair of hands. The woman who ran it, her name was Bernadette. She was this large, older woman, and she pulled me into the biggest, warmest hug I'd ever gotten from someone I hadn't known my whole life. I think I stood there for a second afterward, not knowing what to do with myself. But I walked out of there feeling like maybe I'd made the right call. Thanksgiving morning, I showed up early. Early enough that I was standing outside waiting for Bernadette to arrive. There were already people gathered around, even though it was still well over an hour before food would be served. It was a cold Thanksgiving. Really cold. And I hadn't realized this, but they opened the doors an hour early just to let people in out of the cold. I thought that was quietly kind. I've thought about that detail a lot since then. When Bernadette arrived, some of the people waiting already knew her. Regulars. She greeted them by name and they lit up. I don't have better words for it than that. They just lit up. She introduced me as a new helper.
And I jumped in and said something like, and hopefully more than that, if Bernadette will have me. Because watching those faces, I already knew I was coming back. The food that day was more than I expected. Local businesses had contributed 3 turkeys from a butcher down the road, 2 glazed hams, various dishes that just needed heating. We couldn't do a full spread, but we came close.
The soup went out first, pumpkin and chestnut, while the rest was still warming. Every seat was filled. Bernadette said it was shaping up to be the busiest Thanksgiving they'd ever had. I was on soup duty. I handed each cup over with a smile and said Happy Thanksgiving, and, quietly in my head, I said a small prayer for each person.
Something private. Something I'd rather not explain too much.
Give me soup. I looked up because of the way it was said. Not asked. Said. He was around 80, maybe. Hard-lived 80. Blind in one eye, the other sharp and clear. His face was scarred. Hair long on the sides, gone on top. Stick thin in a military coat, fingerless gloves with holes in them. I won't forget how he looked. I won't forget the expression he gave me with that one good eye. It was contempt. Pure contempt. The kind that has weight to it. I tried to act like I'd misheard him and told him his soup was coming right up. That was when he started. He called me sanctimonious. Said I was there to make myself feel better.
He clocked the crucifix under my sweater somehow, just the shape of it through the fabric, and he went after that too. That I was one of those Christians who volunteers for the free pass, not because I actually cared about anyone. I'm not going to defend myself at length here. What I will say is that I'm in my mid-20s, and there are parts of my life, parts of my childhood especially, that I couldn't type out even if I tried.
Things that would change how you're hearing this story right now. So no, I wasn't some sheltered woman collecting virtue points. But he didn't know that. He didn't know anything about me. And the assumption that I had it easy because he found me attractive. I felt something very cold move through me when I understood that was what was happening. But I've been here before. Not here exactly, but in situations where someone is saying something terrible, and the only move is to keep smiling and let it pass. In a minute he'd have his soup and he'd leave and it would be over. I poured the cup, handed it to him, smiled, and told him I hoped he had a wonderful Thanksgiving. That made it worse.
He took the cup and said he didn't even want it. Then he called me a word I won't repeat. And he threw the soup into my face. I remember the room reacting.
I remember him moving toward the door. And I remember thinking my face felt strangely cold, which didn't make sense given what had just happened. Then I woke up in a hospital. I have a skin condition. Among other things, it makes my skin extremely sensitive to heat. The soup was hot enough to burn through part of my cheek. I went into shock, lost consciousness, and was out for several hours. By the time I came around, there was already permanent damage. A scar on my cheek that's faded over time into something that reads more like a birthmark if you don't know what you're looking at. And my right eye, a small section of it is permanently bloodshot now. I had an operation. The sight is fine, thankfully. Bernadette had been at the hospital with me the whole time. I don't remember any of it, but she told me later that the only thing I kept asking was whether they'd managed to keep the soup kitchen running, whether people had gotten their meals. She said she just kept telling me yes, yes. Everyone was taken care of. They never found him. He came through the front doors and he was gone, and the whole thing had been so fast and so strange that by the time anyone understood what had happened, there was nothing to follow.
I spent a few days in the hospital, and I kept reminding myself, this was one person.
There are terrible people everywhere, in every group, in every circumstance.
What I kept coming back to wasn't forgiveness exactly. It was something quieter than that. Something more like not needing to assign blame in order to keep going. I still volunteer there.
I've become friends with some of the regulars. Bernadette couldn't quite believe I came back. But it felt right. It still does. Though I won't pretend I'm some kind of saint about it. There's a part of me, small, kept very far back, that keeps showing up partly in case he does too. And if he ever walks through that door again, well, we have a lot of soup.
You know, it's a strange thing to be grateful for almost dying. But here I am, every Thanksgiving, quietly giving thanks for exactly that. My name is actually Joel, too, which I always find a little funny when I tell this story. And this didn't happen on Thanksgiving itself. It was the Wednesday night before. The eve of it, you might say.
But what came out of that night, well, it's probably the thing I'm most thankful for in my life.
Now I have to tell you about my mother first, because she's central to all of this. She's the most loving, devoted woman I know, and she is, I say this with complete affection, wonderfully overprotective. She didn't have an easy road raising me. She worked harder than anyone I've known to give me a good life.
Things are much better for her now. She has a kind man in her life, my stepfather, and we're a close family. But she worries about me. She always has. A couple of years before this happened, she'd read an article about how the Wednesday night before Thanksgiving carries the highest rate of drunk driving incidents of any night of the year. I'm not certain whether that was specific to Michigan, where I'm from, or a nationwide thing, but she treated it as gospel. And somehow the internet had given this night a name. Drinksgiving, they called it. I remember thinking that was almost funny, until I saw how much it troubled her. That particular year, I was scheduled for the night shift at Kroger that Wednesday. When my mother found out, she became genuinely distressed. Not about me drinking, of course, but about the roads. About some careless, intoxicated person plowing into me on my drive home late at night. She worried herself into quite a state over it, and eventually I made her a promise. I would walk to work and back, both ways, even though it was a solid 40 minutes each direction. The moment I said it, I could see the relief in her face. And honestly, I thought the fresh air might do me some good. The shift itself was mostly unremarkable. The first half ran up through closing, and then the second half was the usual behind-the-scenes work. Restocking shelves, cleaning, the quiet, unglamorous rhythm of it all. The only thing that stood out was a man who came in visibly, unmistakably drunk. Staggering, slurring, the whole picture. My coworker Diane was on the checkout at the time. She'd been with the store longer than me, but was slight and soft-spoken. And I made a point of staying nearby when he came up to pay. He didn't cause any trouble, just paid and left. But then I watched him cross the parking lot and climb into the driver's seat of his car, and I felt something cold settle in my chest as he pulled away, weaving out of the lot. I'm not ordinarily one to call things in, but I got his registration and phoned it to the police. Drunk drivers forfeit any courtesy in my view. So the shift ended, and I started the long walk home in the cold. I had my earbuds in, listening to music, Taylor Swift, if you must know, and I say that without embarrassment. And I was watching the ground carefully, looking out for puddles or patches of ice. I was roughly halfway home when I heard it. Squealing tires. particular, unmistakable sound of a vehicle moving without proper control. I looked up. A car was swerving across the road ahead of me, moving erratically, lurching from lane to lane. And in the seconds it took me to process what I was seeing, it spun toward me, toward the sidewalk. It all happened with a terrible slowness, the way frightening things sometimes do. I saw it coming, and I threw myself backward into the recessed doorway of a shop, and the car mounted the curb and slammed into the brick wall with a sound I don't think I'll ever fully shake from my memory. Metal and concrete, and a sudden stillness after impact. I didn't feel much pain, and that frightened me more than the crash itself. I was certain, with a cold, quiet certainty, that I was either moments from dying or that something had happened to my spine and I simply couldn't feel my lower body anymore. It took a long moment before I understood that the car had stopped an inch from me. The depth of that doorway and the solidity of those old bricks had saved my life. I was shaking. I was crying, I think, though I barely noticed it. I slumped forward onto the hood of the car. The driver got out almost immediately. He was beside himself, not aggressive, not panicked in a dangerous way, but genuinely undone, asking whether I was hurt, whether I could feel my legs, whether I could hear him. And as the fog began to lift, I noticed something. He was calm in his speech, clear-eyed, sober. It turned out he had hit black ice, lost control, overcorrected, and the car had spun directly toward me instead of away, completely without intent. The police arrived, and he submitted to a breathalyzer without a moment's hesitation. The reading was 0, not a trace of alcohol. He was deeply apologetic in a way that you could tell wasn't performance. He kept insisting I go to the hospital, and I kept declining. I knew by then that I was all right, just some cuts from the brick and a rattled soul. So instead, he arranged an Uber to take me home and gave me his business card. My mother wrote to him about a week later, thanking him for his decency, telling him she hoped he wasn't carrying guilt he didn't deserve. I wrote to him separately, much the same. That Christmas, I received an envelope in the mail. Inside was a check for $1,000. On the card, he had written something along the lines of, "Your life is worth so much more than this, but it is the least I can do." I've thought about that night many times since, and what I've come to understand, with the kind of clarity that only hindsight provides, is that those few seconds, when I saw that car barreling toward me and didn't yet know whether it was a drunk driver or something worse, were the most frightening of my life. Not the impact, not the aftermath. Those seconds of not knowing. But every Thanksgiving I sit quietly with that memory, and I give thanks. For doorways set deep into old brick walls. For black ice that could have been so much worse. And for a mother who worried enough to send me out on foot into the cold. You know, the thing I remember most isn't the fear. It's the smell of the ham warming in the oven and how normal everything felt right up until it didn't. I'm in my mid-40s, and I run a Meals on Wheels service. Most of the year, it's steady, routine work. But around the holidays, I try to do a little something extra. Nicer dishes, a bit more time with each client. One of my favorite people to visit was this sweet old gentleman, I'll call him Mr. Aldridge, who only had me booked in for Thanksgiving. He managed perfectly well on his own the rest of the year. I think he just wanted a proper holiday meal
And maybe, if I'm being honest, a bit of company. He'd mentioned more than once that he didn't have any family left. It was just him. So Thanksgiving 2023, I show up at his door with a special glazed ham I'd put together with a lot of care.
I was genuinely looking forward to seeing him. His big, warm smile, his false teeth sitting just slightly too proud in his mouth, always on the verge of making a break for it. I'm smiling even now, thinking about it. But when the door opened, it wasn't him. It was a younger man, probably late 20s, and he looked at me with this brief flicker of something. Confusion, maybe, or just recalibration, before he said that his grandfather was still in the bath and must have lost track of time. He invited me in, encouraged me to get the food warming, said it would be a lovely surprise for the old man when he came downstairs.
That all seemed fine. Plausible. I went in, got the ham into the oven, and started to just quietly wait. The young man went upstairs, and I could hear him talking through what I assumed was the bathroom door, telling his grandfather the Meals on Wheels lady was here. I wandered into the living room. I'd been in that room many times before, I knew it well, and I started looking at the photographs on the walls. There were quite a few of them. Mr. Aldridge at different ages, different settings, decades of a life lived. And as I looked, I realized something that made me go a little still inside. The young man who'd let me in didn't appear in a single one. Not one photo. And then I remembered what Mr. Aldridge had told me. He had no family. Nobody. And I realized I had no actual evidence that Mr. Aldridge was upstairs at all. All I'd heard was this stranger speaking toward a closed door. I kept my voice light and called upstairs that the food was nearly ready and asked if they'd be coming down soon. The young man called back, a little sharp, a little impatient, that yes, he was just helping Grandpa get dressed. Now, Mr. Aldridge was elderly, but he was capable. He didn't need help getting dressed. Something was wrong, and I knew it, and I had to think very carefully about what to do next. I turned off the oven and left the ham inside to stay warm, and I called upstairs that I had other clients to get to and would be heading off. No answer, so I went to leave. The front door was dead-bolted. One of those locks that needs a key from the inside, too. I tried the back door. Same thing. My phone was in my van. We weren't supposed to bring devices into clients' homes. And so I went to the living room to find a landline or a window I could get out of. And that's when I saw him. He was standing there, in just his underwear, with this expression on his face that I can only describe as deeply, deeply misguided confidence. He started talking, rambling really, about how a woman like me should feel lucky, how he'd even compensate me, how this was somehow a generous arrangement he was proposing. I told him I was married, that I wanted the door unlocked immediately, and that if he didn't, I'd call the police. He laughed at that. I still don't fully understand why he was so sure that was funny. He came toward me and explained, very calmly, which was its own kind of terrifying, that since I was, in his words, technically a home invader, he had the right to defend himself. And then he looked right at me and said he was going to touch me, and that after that, depending on how he felt, he might bury me in the basement. I want to say I was brave in that moment. Mostly I was just very, very focused. I knew that room. I'd been in it every Thanksgiving for years. I knew there was a fireplace behind me, and beside it, one of those little sets of hearth tools, a poker, a brush, and a long, flat metal dustpan. Without looking away from him, I reached back and grabbed the dustpan, and I swung. I caught him right where it counts, and he went down.
And I swung again, the flat underside coming down hard. He was on the floor, making sounds I won't describe. And I stepped over him and found the key on a little hook by the door. Of course it was. And I got out. I found out later he was operating on a genuinely staggering amount of cocaine. I found out also that it is physically possible to fracture a certain piece of male anatomy, and that I had apparently done exactly that, which is why the legal proceedings got complicated. He threatened to countersue, and to avoid it dragging on, I had to pull back from the more serious charges. He got a suspended sentence. That part still stings a little. What I hadn't known until after was that Mr. Aldridge had passed away the week before Thanksgiving. He had no family to notify the service, so his order simply hadn't been canceled yet. The man in that house was a new tenant who had apparently decided to celebrate the holiday with narcotics and what I can only call an extraordinarily poor decision. I think about Mr. Aldrich sometimes. I hope he knew, even a little, that he was cared about. And I'm genuinely grateful that I knew that living room as well as I did, and that my aim under pressure turned out to be pretty good.
So, look, I want to be upfront with you. We're a pretty conservative family. Not in a loud, in-your-face way. We don't make it our whole personality or whatever, but yeah, that's generally where we fall. The one person who really takes it further than anyone else is my uncle, my mom's sister's husband. He was a dyed-in-the-wool, bumper sticker plastered, red hat wearing Republican, through and through. He's pulled back from some of that since certain things happened, but that's not what this story is about.
What matters here is that Uncle Rob is a card-carrying NRA member and one of the biggest gun enthusiasts I have ever met in my life. And I say that with complete respect, because I mean it sincerely. Now, Thanksgiving in our family is normally pretty relaxed. Uncle Rob might be the most politically charged of us all, but he's also one of the most genuinely decent, respectful people you'll ever sit across a dinner table from. We're not the kind of family who go at each other over politics. Even my sister, who leans pretty hard the other way for most of us. We have our differences, sure, but we love each other. We're good people. All of us. And that includes Rob. I knew there was going to be trouble at Thanksgiving in 2023 the moment my sister walked through the door with her new boyfriend. For starters, you could see this guy had gotten into her head. She'd done this whole half-shaved purple and green dye job thing, the kind of look that, honestly, even she used to quietly make fun of. But I know my sister. We're twins. And she kept catching my eye with this look that said, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Anyone else probably would have figured she was apologizing for the hair, but that's not what she meant. She meant him. I'm going to call him Chad. Short for nothing in particular, but it just fits. Chad came in swinging from the first moment, snippy with my parents, coldly polite in this way that immediately put my back up.
Same with other family members. Just this thin veneer of manners stretched over something really unpleasant underneath. Then, once the food was out and everyone was about to dig in, he announced that he was vegan. Which, fine, people are vegan, that's their business.
The issue is that my mom had sent her usual email weeks earlier to any guests asking about dietary needs, and nobody said a single word. So now,
Here we all are, plates full, and Chad is making this whole production out of it. My mom, God love her, went straight to the kitchen and went through every box and container and ingredient label she could find, trying to work out what was safe for him. The rest of us just sat there waiting. She came back with this beautiful handwritten list, neat, careful, genuinely sweet, and handed it to him.
I saw the list myself. There was plenty on there. A real meal's worth of food.
Chad looked it up and down, made this little face, and said he supposed he'd have to make an exception this time around or he'd starve. I thought, okay, fair enough. Maybe he'll grab some sides, build himself a vegetarian plate at least.
No. This man stacked his plate with turkey, ham, pigs in blankets, everything. The full spread. And then I watched him eat. I watched him, and I will tell you with complete certainty that Chad had not been a vegan for a single day of his adult life. He went at that food like a man rescued from a desert island. So what was the point? What was any of it for? I kept looking at my sister and she just kept going red. We got through most of the main course though, and honestly it was going better than I'd feared.
Largely because Chad was too busy inhaling food to talk much. Everyone, especially Uncle Rob, knew instinctively to steer well clear of anything political, and we'd been having a decent enough time just talking about normal things. And then Chad put his fork down. He looked out the front window toward Uncle Rob's SUV in the driveway, which was, at that time, very heavily decorated, you understand. And he said, and I quote, "Nice ride out there. Didn't know Mitt Romney was here."
Mitt Romney. Out of every Republican on the planet, he could have chosen for that joke. He went with Mitt Romney. We all kind of looked at each other like, is this person actually serious right now? My sister shot me this desperate look. Please, please just let it go. That's when I started to think, this guy might actually be a little unhinged.
Uncle Rob paused. I saw his neck go red for about half a second. Then he laughed and said something like, "Mitt Romney? Come on now, son. If you're going to take a shot, at least aim for someone interesting, like The Rock."
And Chad goes, "Well, I don't think any of this is interesting or cool," and pivots straight into a speech about women's rights and various political grievances, most of which, I'll point out, the majority of our family quietly agreed with him on, not that he bothered to find that out. My sister put her hand on his arm and asked him quietly to drop it. He shrugged her off. Hard, sharp, too much force. And she just went quiet. Completely shut down.
My sister, who normally doesn't stop talking from the moment she walks in the door, just disappeared into herself. And that's when it clicked for me. I thought, this guy is hurting her. So I gave Uncle Rob the look. He knows it well. It means you and me, we're about to have some fun with this person. Rob starts asking me about how my shooting has been going, whether I've been keeping up at the range, when we're heading out hunting again. Completely normal conversation for the two of us. The kind of thing that wouldn't raise an eyebrow unless someone was determined to be raised. Chad couldn't help himself. He launched into this whole thing about gun culture and then said, and this is a direct quote, "It's sick, honestly, that anyone can own a firearm these days, regardless of obvious mental instability." And he looked straight at Uncle Rob when he said it. Now, Rob knew we were messing with this guy, so instead of biting, he just completely ignored Chad and started telling me about all the new firearms he'd picked up lately. It was genuinely funny. He was clearly making some of them up on the spot, described what sounded like a cannon mounted on a flatbed truck, claimed to own something that needed a dedicated power generator to fire.
And Chad, this is the thing. Chad never once called him out on any of it. Never said that's not real. Never questioned a single word. Instead, he just got angrier and angrier, ranting about how concealed carry should be abolished and whether someone like Rob should legally be allowed to own whatever fictional weapon from a science fiction franchise Rob had just described. I can't remember the name he used. Rob just smiled, calm as anything, and said, "Well, son, if I'm going to protect myself, I'd rather the other guy not see me coming."
That set Chad off completely. I'm not going to walk you through the whole screaming match that followed, but it escalated fast. Politics, the election, everything, until Chad shoved back from the table so hard his chair went flying. My sister reached for his arm. He physically pushed her away. Rob was on his feet in a second, going at him hard, telling him exactly what kind of man he was.
And that's when Chad reached into his cardigan. His cardigan. He'd been sitting at our Thanksgiving table in a cardigan this whole time, and pulled out a pistol. The room just stopped. Complete silence. Rob went still, and what I saw on his face wasn't fear. It was this kind of calm, clear-eyed recognition of the situation.
Because here's the thing. Uncle Rob, the man, the myth, the NRA legend, was not carrying at a family Thanksgiving dinner. Of course he wasn't. So there he stood, this supposed anti-gun, vegan meat enthusiast, pointing a gun at him. Rob kept his voice low and steady.
Told Chad he didn't want to do this. Told him this wasn't who he was. That he had his whole life ahead of him. That he was better than this moment. Really working on him. And I'll give Chad this. Something Rob said seemed to land. He started to lower the gun, nodding along, saying, "Yeah, Rob was right. He was better than all of us, and he was going to prove it."
Then a vase came out of nowhere and exploded against the side of his head. Chad went down, hit the fallen chair on the way, and the gun skidded across the floor. I grabbed it. When I looked up, my sister was standing there, chest heaving, with an expression on her face I had never seen before. Pure, cold fury. She'd noticed what none of us had. The safety was still on.
Chad had pulled a gun on my uncle and hadn't even taken the safety off. He had no idea what he was doing. So, rather than trust him to follow through on lowering it, or risk him suddenly figuring out why it wasn't going off, and doing something unpredictable, she picked up the vase we inherited from our great-grandma and made a decision.
I think the old woman would have been proud.
My sister broke up with Chad, obviously. Lost the green and purple hair not long after. Uncle Rob, being the responsible gun owner he is, reported the whole thing to the police. Chad is now prohibited from owning a firearm, as far as I know. My sister also got a restraining order and reported him for other things too because, as it turned out, exactly as I'd suspected sitting at that table watching her go quiet, he had been hurting her. Psychological stuff, mostly. Sustained, deliberate, ugly. We tell this story at family gatherings now, usually with a comedy spin on it. Rob's the best one to tell it. He does all the voices. And honestly, in the retelling, it is pretty funny. The fake guns, the cardigan, the vase. But knowing what he put her through before and after that dinner, knowing the kind of damage that kind of thing does to a person, it makes me wish, just a little, that we really were the trigger-happy, gun-obsessed stereotype Chad apparently wanted us to be. Because at the very minimum, that man deserved to look up and see every single one of us standing there with something pointed back at him. Just so he knew, for once in his life, what it felt like.
So yeah, this all went down in the late 2000s.
And I genuinely don't know where to start except to say, my little cousins were, and I say this with all the love in the world, absolute disasters in human form. 2 boys, 7 and 8 years old, sons of my dad's brother, born 3 months apart, 2 different moms, neither of whom is my uncle's wife. And they split weekends between their dad's place and wherever else life shuffled them off to. And look, you can't really hold it against them for being a little unhinged when their family tree reads more like a soap opera plot summary. Now, before you get the wrong idea about my uncle, yes, fine, technically he did have children with multiple women who were not his partner, but there's context, okay?
His first girlfriend, the mother of Jonah, the older of the 2, passed away in a car crash about 6 weeks after Jonah was born. Devastating doesn't cover it. And then, in the messy grief that followed, he and one of his closest friends ended up in one of those situations where comfort got complicated, a contraceptive failed, and suddenly there was another baby on the way. That baby was Dre. And actually, the relationship with Dre's mom turned out to be genuinely good, solid, respectful, the kind of co-parenting that makes therapists weep with joy. He's also since remarried and has a 3-year-old daughter who Jonah and Dre think hung the moon, which is honestly the sweetest part of this whole mess of a family portrait. People called them the twins. They weren't twins. Different ages, different moms, shared a dad and an absolutely incurable need to make every single family gathering about themselves. Prank store regulars. Connoisseurs of the jump scare. If there was a lighter that squirted water or a pack of exploding gum within a 20-mile radius, those 2 had already found it, deployed it, and were already plotting the next one. It was relentless, exhausting, and honestly, kind of wonderful in the way that only things you miss terribly can be wonderful in hindsight.
I want to stop here for a second because I need you to understand something before we go any further. This is not a story with a happy ending. It doesn't even have a neutral ending. So if you came here for a warm little holiday chuckle, I'm sorry. This isn't it. When you sit down this Thanksgiving and look around that table, really look.
Don't take a single face for granted. Life doesn't warn you. It doesn't give you a rewind button. It doesn't offer a do-over. And it has absolutely no interest in being fair to children who are just trying to make their family laugh. Okay. So,
Halloween that year, Jonah and Dre had gone out as these skeleton-printed hoodies with enormous, glowing jack-o'-lantern masks. Genuinely creepy in a dollar store kind of way, and they were incredibly smug about it. I had taken them trick-or-treating, which they acted like was the coolest thing that had ever happened to them, being escorted by their older cousin, even if they could not wrap their heads around why I, a girl, had dressed as Michael Myers. Very confusing to them. Kids are weird. Now here's the thing about those pumpkin masks.
In the minds of Jonah and Dre, pumpkins were not exclusively a Halloween item. Pumpkins were Thanksgiving adjacent. Pumpkin pie, pumpkin soup, pumpkins on porches. They had a case, honestly. A thin case, but a case.
So those masks got quietly packed into their backpacks and smuggled into our family Thanksgiving like contraband,
waiting for exactly the right victim at exactly the wrong moment. The women in our family ran Thanksgiving. My grandmother, my mom, and my aunt, my uncle's wife. were the 3 best cooks any of us had ever encountered, and they knew it, and they were gracious enough not to say so out loud too often. I did not inherit this gift. My skills live firmly in the world of software development and nowhere near a stovetop, and everyone has quietly accepted this.
I bring the sparkling water. I stay out of the kitchen. It is a system that works. The twins had decided that the ideal prank would be to fold themselves into the narrow utility closet just off the kitchen and burst out on whichever unsuspecting cook wandered into range. And the lucky winner of that particular lottery was my grandmother, who at the time was in her early 70s and had just finished ladling out several varieties of gravy. She always made at least 3, because some people wanted it thin, some wanted it thick enough to stand a spoon in, and Grandma believed in honoring all preferences equally.
She was standing near the kitchen doorway with a large ceramic gravy boat when the closet door exploded open and 2 small, screaming, pumpkin-faced demons launched themselves into the room. Grandma startled, which fair. She'd survived years of their pranks, but apparently this one caught her at the wrong angle on the wrong day. The gravy boat went straight down,
Hit the tile near the doorway and just detonated. Thick gravy and ceramic shards across a wide radius. And then my grandmother grabbed at her chest, breathing hard, bent forward, and lowered herself into one of the breakfast bar stools. The masks came off immediately. Jonah and Dre ran to her, tripping over themselves, apologizing, hands everywhere.
Grandma told them to back up and give her air.
She said she was fine. She just needed a minute. The twins were convinced, in the way only children can be absolutely convinced of something terrible, that they had just given their grandmother a heart attack. They were pale under their little Halloween-colored hoodies.
They looked like they'd aged 5 years in 30 seconds.
What happened next, I watched happen. I was just behind the doorway when my grandfather came running in from the sitting room. He'd heard the crash and came through the door at full speed, the way old men move when they're scared, which is faster than you'd expect and with considerably less grace than they once had. He hit the threshold, his foot came down on the slick, gravy-covered tile, and I watched his arms go out like he was trying to fly. He didn't fly. He went forward. His face caught the corner of the breakfast bar on the way down. They told us later it was instant. The bridge of the nose, the angle, the force of the fall. They said he wouldn't have felt anything. I was there. I'm telling you what I saw. And I'll leave it at that. Because some things you carry quietly, and some things you just don't need to put in full sentences. Grandma was there. The twins were there.
We all were.
Grandma didn't make it to the funeral. Her heart gave out a few days later, and I choose to believe it was exactly what it looked like, that she simply couldn't stay without him. Jonah carried it until he was about 19. Dre is still here, technically, but he's been in and out of treatment for years, and every conversation we have eventually circles back to the same place. The same morning, the same gravy and glass on a kitchen floor. We've said everything there is to say. We've tried every angle. None of us blame him. None of us ever did. But he won't let himself off the hook, and I don't know if he ever will. So that's the story. 2 kids with pumpkin masks and a family that never fully reassembled itself afterward. Be grateful this Thanksgiving. Hold on to whoever's sitting across from you. The things that undo us aren't always the things we see coming. Sometimes it's the most absurd, freak, impossible chain of events that just quietly takes everything.
So, okay, this is the early 90s, right? And my family had just
We just uprooted everything and moved to this new town, and I'm the new kid, first year of high school. Which, look, could have been worse, but most of these kids already had their people, their little circles. And I'm just kind of floating around the edges, trying to figure out where I fit. And there's this one guy, Ted, goes by Ted. And he's one of those guys who's somehow friends with literally everyone, but doesn't seem to belong to any one group specifically. Just kind of bounces around. Everyone loves him, but he doesn't really have his people, you know? And after about a week, he just sort of decides, I'm his people. And we start becoming friends fast. And honestly, he's great. Super relaxed, a bit of a class clown, but actually funny, like genuinely funny, not just the kind of high school kid who thinks he's funny. And sharp as a tack underneath all of it. So it's December, right? First proper winter in this new town. And it's one of those gray late autumn nights that's already turned cold and wet before December even officially starts. Frost coming in early that year. Everything smells like damp leaves and wood smoke. And Ted hands me this envelope. And I open it, and it's a very formal, very nicely printed invitation.
Like proper stationery. An invitation to spend Christmas dinner at the Collins house. Not their real name. And Ted's being weirdly cagey about it, almost like he's hoping I'll say no. But I didn't pick up on that until way later, in retrospect. At the time I just thought, I don't know. Because I loved spending Christmas with my family. We'd always go to my aunt and uncle's place. Big, loud, extended family thing. Tons of food, the whole deal.
But I talked to my parents, and they were just insistent. They said, look, there'll be plenty of family Christmases. We want you to make friends. We want you to settle in. Say yes. And they sold me on it. And by the time the day came, I was actually excited. Which, yeah. So I show up at the Collins house on this bitterly cold December evening. Sleet coming down sideways, wind cutting right through you. And Ted answers the door. And I'm immediately thrown because he is dressed up. Like properly dressed up. Slicked back hair, waistcoat, the whole thing. Like he's going to church or a formal dinner or something. And I'm in my normal clothes, just a regular 90s teenager outfit. And Ted looks me up and down, and I see this flicker of worry cross his face. And I don't understand it at all at the time. He leads me into the living room, and his mom, Jennifer, and his younger sister are there. And they're both lovely, but there's something a bit off. They're both quite thin. Like genuinely thin in a way that catches you. And the house itself is it's strange. Too clean. Too still. No family photos on the walls. No little knickknacks or memorabilia. No magazines or books lying around. Nothing personal at all. It's like a show home. Like a catalog picture of a house. And it smells sterile and cold, even with the heating on. Just this faint antiseptic smell underneath everything. Jennifer very gently tells me that the family typically dressed smart for Christmas dinner, but that hopefully Mr. Collins would understand the miscommunication. And that word, hopefully, that starts a little alarm going off somewhere in the back of my head. Then we go into the dining room and, look, I don't want to sound ungrateful. I was a guest, but my heart just dropped. I was used to Christmas dinners being this enormous, joyful, slightly chaotic spread, and this was just depressing. A small roast, maybe 10 roast potatoes between all of us, a tiny pot of something that was supposed to be mac and cheese, some vegetables that were already looking sad,
And that was it.
Just sad. Adult me would be embarrassed to put that in front of a guest. And Mr. Collins is standing at the head of the table like he's holding court, just standing there. And Ted leans over and whispers to me, and I want to be very clear that he says this with complete seriousness. He says, "Call my dad, sir. Always make eye contact when you're speaking to him, and only speak to him if he speaks to you first."
And I genuinely think it's a bit. Some kind of elaborate wind-up. But one look at the atmosphere in that room, and I know it absolutely is not. Mr. Collins doesn't greet me, doesn't introduce himself, gives me a sort of nod, and that's it. I'm seated to his left. And this matters, remember this. Ted is across from me, the little sister next to Ted, Jennifer opposite her. I'm within arm's reach of Mr. Collins. We all stand behind our chairs while he gives this long, droning grace that honestly feels like it goes on for 10 minutes. And here's the strange thing. At no point does he mention God or Jesus or anything. It's all about gratitude and appreciating what you have. But it's not directed at anyone or anything in particular.
I didn't really register it at the time, but thinking back, it's deeply strange. We finally sit down. Mr. Collins starts carving and loading up his plate. And I, without really thinking, just instinctively the way you do, I reach out and go to take a roast potato. And without a word, without any warning at all, Mr. Collins backhands me across the face. Just crack.
I'm completely frozen.
It wasn't hard enough to really hurt. It was hard enough to sting and hard enough to leave my face red, both from the slap and from the absolute humiliation of being slapped by my friend's father at the age of 14 at a Christmas dinner. I have never in my life, before or since, been hit by a friend's parent. Jennifer jumps in, voice shaking, and explains that in the Collins household, it's tradition for the man of the house to fill his plate completely before anyone else takes any food. And then Mr. Collins adds, very calmly, very coldly, that normally he would eat his entire meal before the family was permitted to eat at all. But they were making an exception because they had a guest who apparently hadn't been raised to understand basic respect.
I was not an angry kid. I really wasn't. But I was burning inside. Just white hot. And Ted keeps looking at me with these eyes like I should understand what's happening, and I can't process it. I'm too rattled to take any food until Jennifer gently prompts me to help myself. And when I do, the food it's worse than it looks.
Everything is lukewarm at best. The vegetables are undercooked and crunchy in a wrong way. The mac and cheese is gluey and barely warm. And the meat is pink and slightly slick in a way that turns my stomach immediately. Genuinely the most undercooked meat I'd ever encountered in my life. The rest of the family are picking at their food like they know exactly how bad it is.
Mr. Collins is eating his with genuine enthusiasm, and not once does he say a word of thanks to whoever cooked it, which I'm certain was Jennifer. About halfway through, the food starts doing what badly cooked food does, and I'm in real pain. This cramping, rolling stomach pain, and I'm trying to hide it, pushing food around my plate. But Mr. Collins clocks it and tells me to eat up, that it's impolite to be ungrateful to one's host. And look, I don't know what came over me. I think I was just desperate. I said that I had a really bad stomachache and could I please call my parents to come and get me, because I didn't want to ruin their Christmas dinner. And the three of them, Ted, Jennifer, the little sister,
go completely white and silent, and Mr. Collins goes red.
Just deeply, deeply red. "How dare you," he says.
And then he tears into me about being rude and uncouth, and then he turns on Ted, says it's Ted's fault for inviting someone like me from the wrong side of the tracks into their home. And Ted starts apologizing immediately and saying I don't know any better, and of course I'll stay and finish my meal. And I feel this wave of betrayal, and then I see why.
Mr. Collins stands up, grabs Ted, hauls him over his knee right there in the dining room, pulls his trousers down, not his underwear, thank God, and spanks him with a force that I genuinely could not believe. And then Mr. Collins looks at me, and the message is absolutely clear. Play along, or Ted pays for it. So I sat there and forced the rest of that food down while my stomach turned over, and I tried not to cry, and I thought about my own family probably sitting down to a warm, loud, lovely Christmas dinner just across town, and I thought about what it must be like to live in this house. We finished in silence and then had this cold, slightly slimy jelly with tinned fruit in it for dessert. And the moment dessert was done, Mr. Collins told me to leave and to think about the shame I'd brought on myself and my family that night. It was over an hour's walk home through the sleet, and I just took it. I didn't dare ask to use the phone. When I got home, the Christmas dinner was still going. My parents asked cheerfully if I wanted to join in, and I snapped at them, burst into tears, ran upstairs, and was sick. I spent the next 3 days in bed with food poisoning while I pieced the whole story together for my parents. When I got to the part about the slap, I watched my dad's jaw set and his hands start to shake. But then my parents said something that surprised me. They said, different families have different ways, different values, and I shouldn't hold it against Ted and should stay his friend. Just don't go to that house again. I think I'd expected my dad to go around there and do something dramatic, some big confrontation. Instead, it felt like a bit of an anticlimax. Then, about 7 months later, Mr. Collins disappeared. Just vanished. Left his family, gone overnight. And the rumors started immediately, that he'd run off with a woman from a club on the edge of town, that there were questions about his behavior around the boys he coached, that local police apparently knew his face in certain parts of town he shouldn't have been in. All of it. And the moment he was gone, Ted he bloomed. He went from class clown to top of his class, genuinely. And he came to Christmas at our house every year after that. And whenever it was Ted's turn to give thanks, he'd always say he was grateful for whatever it was that made his dad show his true colors. And every single time Ted said that, my dad would look over at me and give me this small, quiet wink. And I never asked him about it. I didn't want to know. I knew enough. I knew Collins was still alive, because over the years, he'd surface occasionally, trying to contact Ted, usually asking for money, sometimes mentioning some kind of ultimatum he'd been given that had forced him to leave, as if that was supposed to mean something. Ted ignored all of it. Every time. I don't know exactly what happened. I don't need to. What I know is that Ted got free, and he built something good. And some people do eventually get what's coming to them. And for that, I'm truly, genuinely thankful.